Hello everyone, welcome to Triton-Cup 142, your one-stop shop for all zones comp Splatoon action here on Dapple Productions. I am Frostix, joined with me on the mic is Moku, and we're starting things hot with LDE and ASC Seneca. I almost said Seneca. LDE versus ASC Senka. There we go.
I'm just looking over the maps. It is so nice to be here with you, Frostix. It's a beautiful day for a tournament. So, what do we know about these teams?
I don't know a lot about them. I'm gonna be so for real, unfortunately. Though I can likely just judge off of their name. ASC Senka is likely a CCA team making their shot at a Triton-Cup. Good to see that, especially because I think there's something brewing over in the realm of CCA. I've been getting pings, but we've got no more time to ruminate. We're heading straight into Zones Mako Mart, land of AoE, good for blasters like the Luna and the bucket that we're seeing on LDE, and on the end of Senka, we're seeing a carbon roller.
Oh, and I'm noticing Hokachan from Unknown on the other side. I think that's them on the blaster. So we've got a beeline made towards zone, already starting with a Reef Slider.
Unfortunately, that Reef Slider's not going to be able to get a lot of value, gets immediately punished. That Luna's trying to get rid of the Carbon, who is on a single hit point, but they're not going down just yet. They're going to be able to get rid of the Splash and immediately flip zone back in their flavor. Tsuneko is trying to move in with this Gal, trying to control the space, already eyeing right stack as the lead is taken. The zone is now into neutral. A Soda has been popped out. The Gal is trying to flank. They get sniffed out. Bazooka also comes out. No targets claimed. The Reef Slider's coming in, cancels out the Hammer.
There's a lot of scrappiness happening in mid right now, as ASC Senka currently does have the lead, like you were saying, with the GG strikes being sent out there to almost flip the zone. All it does is neutralize it. Now we've got it on the side of LDE. Now they can get some more points on the board, and they're moving up to take space so that ASC Senka can't try to get out, but that's not going to stop them from trying.
Yeah, especially, like, they do have both the Whale, the Slider, and Azuka ready to go. They're ready to let loose. The Whales are already coming out. Unfortunately, both the Gal and the Aerospray go down. Those are two pretty key members. Meanwhile, this Carbon's waiting for their opportunity. They aren't going to be able to get rid of loading as LDE flips the lead in their favor. They have a Hammer ready to go. They're already starting to ledge. The Hammer does get popped, thrown. No targets claimed. The Gal caught out. The Slider's being sent. Also a set of strikes being sent to immediately cover things up and start another hold from LDE. Two members just went down to the bucket, who's starting to push up. Astro's trying to at least find their way out, but they go down to Tragedy, who goes down to the Slider. Not the Slider, but the Aerospray. There's so much action, but ASC Senka could not find their way in, as LDE will take game one.
I've got to admire the defense that LDE had, and it truly did feel like a last-ditch effort, according to their name. I mean, I guess there's more ways to live up to it, but this really does feel like they saved the zone from the jaws of defeat because of how much of a hold that they had on ASC Senka. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, like, Senka had like
strong start.
They did have a pretty strong start. They went down, I think immediately, both the Aerospray as well as the Pencil, but then they start kind of immediately coming back, but I think they just weren't, like, oppressive enough. I think they were playing things a little bit too casually, and then LD just kind of, like, ran with that, and then they went further, they went deep. You see where Tragedy is going. They're going where no bucket has ever gone before. That is a stretch, that is something I'm saying just to say things. Sending someone to flank is a really strong move from LDE, and it just kind of warded attention away. That's game one. Game two is going to be on Humpback.
I just want to build off of that. I think a flanking bucket is actually something not a lot of people expect in tournaments like this, because you usually see brushes do it, or maybe a T-Tech here or there, but a bucket is a strong flank candidate, but I would say that's kind of no buckets land, like you were trying to say.
Could be, yeah. I think like you more so see weapons like your brushes, your wipers, your splooshes, your tetra. But even the bucket can make good use there, even if it has, because it can start ledging over to like the high grounds that say the pencils that we're playing in. I think it's that really far top left spot that I think only the team that's trying to retake is able to get on. So now that we're on Humpback, I feel like we're not gonna see a lot of switch-ups here. I think especially just because there's like so much AoE. I think LD is gonna definitely stick with their guns. Luna, Bucket, they're really powerful on a map with this much ledges. On the side of Senka though, I mean, like what do you think? Like do you think there could be switch-ups here? Because of course they lost the first game. Do you think like something could be in store on that end?
I'm not too sure. I feel like there could be a comp switch, but alright. I feel like we keep most of the same here. You notice anything?
Ooh. Hmm.
Dynamo Roar? Maybe? Or
What?
has that
No.
always been there?
No, the Dynamo is the switch, and also, they're running, okay, like, one, they're running coolerless, and two, they're running two shots. So they have a V-shot instead of, I don't remember, the V-shot instead of the Gal, as well as the Dynamo instead of the Carbon, and there's no pencil anymore. However, ASC Senka does go 3 members down. They did get the early slider, but that just isn't enough, and they got a shot off with their Zuko, but that gets traded off by the Luna Blaster, and LZ just have a really strong breakaway, already going to the 60-point threshold. Right now, ASC Senka needs to get all their ducks in a row if they want to get this retake going.
Just from that early start, I want to say that ASC Sanka does prioritize moving in really fast, like hit the ground running plays, but LDE seems to play more patiently and observant. But even then, it doesn't stop a very equal amount of scrappiness here. I hope I'm making sense here, that this battle's really something.
I mean, yeah, they're kind of like getting blocked off on L entrances. The Luna's already charging in, getting rid of the T-Tech. The Hammer Throw won't get rid of Astro just yet, but they will go down to the main weapon. So now, well, LD is on a really strong lead right now. Loading's already moving in. I think they're going to deploy a side crab. Here comes a slider from the Aerospray. That's going to get rid of Sineko. Actually, the Luna's gone down, but Tragedy is going to be able to get rid of O2. It's only the T-Tech left, and they're jumping out, which means LDE is going to have more time to continue counting down. They're into the 20 thresholds now. Loading has gone down. They've been able to sniff out the splash. So I think they need to pop some strikes, get going, and get going fast because they're about to get knocked out.
Indeed they are. LDE has been playing patient this whole time, and as the strikes come out and the Dynamo puts in the work here, Cooler comes out. But it's not enough because they keep going 3 down on ASC Senka. There's heavy staggering happening on the other team.
Heavy staggering indeed. That being said, ASC Senka does have a little bit more time here. They established a penalty point of like 50-something. So, however, I think they're a little bit disorganized right now here. The Aerospray was really far off, and then you see the T-Tech go down, the Dynamo's gone down. It's only Suneko right now, and they're just in no man's land. So they need to either hold the space, pop the Zuka, potentially get some picks, but no, they go down to Tragedy, and LDE are almost out of their penalty. The shot and the Aerospray are down. Here comes the strikes from the T-Tech. They'll put the zone into neutral, but no one's there to capitalize off of it, unfortunately.
Indeed, and GG's both teams. Gotta say, I'm not too surprised to see any heavy staggering on any team right now. It's still the beginning of the tournament. Maybe somebody didn't hydrate. Maybe there was just plenty of ideas, but none were really communicated. And I say this because I run into the same issues. So, but the losers bracket, while it's long, I believe ASC Senka has a chance to get back into grand finals. I believe that of every team.
They're running a really like specialized zone comp here. Like they're really trying to make the Aerospray work. Especially I think it's because they're running a lot of really solid chunks of special charge up. You can see how fast that Aerospray was able to get the slider both in Mako Mart and in and on Humpback. But I think LD just kind of was really vigilant, like you were talking about. They were letting all of this arsenal just come out at them, and they were able to respond really quickly here. Even when they have a 61 penalty point deficit here, they just hold it right back, and they get the knockout. So they're moving forward into winners brackets. They will be going up against they're going up against Seb Bun's Eyes of Lies, J-Rod, and Dragoon. It's another emoji team. Great.
We love the emoji teams. They're goated, aren't they?
It's a fun time all around whenever I see them, actually.
Yes. Also, I've got to make a new profile pic for myself. I've been kind of lazy about it. See when the artist is an artist but doesn't draw.
Ugh, take it from me, yeah. I need to put out some work as well. But until then, the rest of Winners Bracket Round 2 is still finishing up. I think we're waiting on, maybe 3, 4 sets to wrap up. But until then, we'll just take a little bit of a break. Don't go anywhere, though. Triton-Cup 142 will be back after a bit.
I think we'll And welcome back to Triton-Cup 142. I'm still Moku, joined today by the awesome Frostix. And we're about to get into it with ZipCat versus PXP Antifust. I never really heard about them before. What do you know about the teams?
Well, I know enough about Zipcat. They're all over
Me
the
too.
place and all that. And
Right,
I'm
go.
also thinking that PXP Antifist has to, maybe it's another CCA team. Surely something is brewing over in the realm of collegiate Splatoon. What's going on in the realm that in CCA? I don't know. I haven't casted a CCA thing in a hot minute. Anyways, we're in round 2. Sets are still best of 3, and we're starting the set off in Mahi Mahi. And yeah, that tracks.
That really does track. Mahi Mahi is a pretty good map and mode. It's the bread and butter of Splatoon comp, and we're about to see what these teams are made of. ZipCat, no bias here, but y'all are my goats. Loving the comp, of course. Oh,
Interesting things being brought out. I'm noticing Nom Nom's on Blaster. Actually, I think Nom Nom's been on Blaster actually a fair few, but I'm really interested in the heavy splatling on PXP's end. Could be interesting to see. I just like whenever a heavy is brought out, I'm really intrigued to see what it brings to the table. But right now, ZipCat are already hot off the press. They popped the crab. 2 members down on both sides on the current moment. The zone is still in neutral, but Tame is starting to move in. They're warded off by this wave breaker as the decav is now moving in. Farouk is going down to a trade, and now Nom Nom almost goes into the water, but finally PXP is able to take control of the zone. But in terms of the stage so far here, it's still a little bit of a back and forth.
it really is a back and forth here. Try as they may, ZipCat is having a hard time capping the zone. They're putting in neutral, but that sprinkler plus bucket over on the right is making things harder for them. Wait a minute, now we're gonna cap the zone.
I think now that they've just had a basic clear of most of the members of PXP, they are able to get that zone going. The water level still hasn't dropped because PXP set the lead at 69, so not entirely at the 60 threshold yet, but I think ZipCat actually now will be able to take the lead, is getting closer to that 60-point threshold, which means I think now the water level will drop, and I think the space will open up. I think the swords are going to like this on both the teams, the dualies. I think a lot of ZipCat is actually going to benefit from just the space opening up and allowing them to have a little bit more range of movement.
It seems like we've tried to go for some ledge peeking like in Smash Bros, but getting punished by the mid decav, also doing their own ledge peeking. The anchor here, the V heavy, taking a nice spot. They could have gone up there, but it's alright staying down here for now because you've got a little rat over there getting caught out anyways, making it so that there's a wipeout for ZipCat.
So clean wipe, resetting the board and forcing PXP to start rethinking about their retake once again. I think we're seeing the pencil trying to look at islands, but the pencil on ZipCat just says no sir E. The soda is ready to go for PXP as well, but meanwhile, ZipCat has 3 specials online. That's a bubble, a crab which is immediately being popped by Tame, and a Booyah Bomb ready to be popped by Farouk. And I think Farouk's just trying to go for some ledge peeking again, but there's noticed by the V Heavy. I'm not noticing a lot of movement from PXP. And like as soon as I say that now, ZipCat's starting to count down again. The strikes are coming out, but there's a bubble that's been deployed by Nom Nom, able to trade out the bucket, but then a flip from PXP will put ZipCat's penalty at 46, which means PXP has a little bit more time to, I guess, figure things out and start taking a little bit more space like they're doing right now.
Yeah, ZipCat has a size disadvantage here, which means they lost the zone, and PXP has the zone again. But they're going to have to keep their defense up if they want the lead. But it seems like ZipCat is scheming. We've already got Farouk out here with the Stamper going for it, getting caught out, but buying some time, and an almost trade over by hour left. Size disadvantage going towards ZipCat again. It's looking a little rough for them right now.
The decav and the bucket on PXP are like running like Batman and Robin right here. They are always playing together, and their damage numbers really synergize with each other here. And now PXP will be able to take the lead. They have a set of GG strikes ready to go, but here comes a potentially GG Booyah from Farouk's Stamper. The zone has not been capped by ZipCat, and no one is stopping this And that is a turnaround knockout by PXP Antifast. That's game 1 going to them.
Indeed it is. I feel like Zipcat had a really strong hold, but all it took was some really decisive punishes, like with Farouk dealing with that mid decav and one of the rats going down over on our right side earlier in the match. It just seems like, what do you think from your perspective? They could have done differently?
Well, I think like at just a certain point here, PXP just started to get a lot more comfortable. They took their fights really confidently, and then they didn't really they didn't hesitate a lot more like they used to do. They weren't staggering as hard. And then I think once they started finding their footing and like were able to get like a lot of the picks that were necessary, they were just able to take a lot more space here. The V Heavy can provide a good amount of paint, but it's also assisted with the pencil. So they're running 2 anchors and then 2 almost midliney weapons with the bucket and the decav. And they, like I already said, those 2 weapons go together like Batman and Robin, like bread and the butter, and they're able to just set up for each other with their damage numbers. They have they just deal a lot of damage that can combo into each other. Not to mention their specials can be good as well in terms of a zone setting. The bubble from the decav is good from good for chopping up space, is good for blocking out any kind of GG displacement specials, like say the Booyah Bomb or like the Booyah Bomb on Zipcat. But then also there's a set of strikes ready from the bucket as well. It's a pretty damn interesting comp if I've ever seen one.
It really is. I've gotta say, it's a comp that specializes in just being observant, I think. I'm not sure if that's something you touched upon, but that's something I came to realize.
Yeah. I think, though, Zipcat still has a lot of game left in them here. There's still potentially 2 games left, and on a map like Umami Ruins, it'll be interesting for them to play, and I think it lends really well for the V dualies and the crab tank. I think Tame can get some really nice value if they have a really good crab positioning, and I think also, and Farouk's on the bucket this time actually.
Oh, interesting. All right, we might see a bucket rat joining up with Nom Nom out here. We're gonna make a beeline for those zones, and like you were saying about crab positioning, I think you are right. I want to see where they put their crabs, though. I want to see if anybody's going to flank crabs. That is always a fun thing to do as a brush. But we're going to have a neutral zone to start. Zipcat not managing to get the zone first, though. Sorry.
Yeah, the neutral not for long as PXP is already starting to go, but Tame has popped their crab. They're being forced further to pit, but they aren't able to actually spot out the Decapitator, who is starting to move closer to the dually. One goes down. You gotta watch out, Eli, because there's a sword in your backline, and then also Farouk goes down to the V Heavy, as PXP will start to once again start holding up. They have a bubble ready to go, and there comes the bucket and the sword. The sword does go down. Same thing with the bucket. Nom Nom does go down, trying to pop a bubble of their own. It's a 2v4 at the current moment, and PXP are just holding in a lot of space, and they're already halfway through their points.
They really have Zipcat separated here, like, to an unprecedented degree like I haven't seen before. I mean, sure, they were a little separated in the Mahi match, but now it just seems like they're being pushed out individually away from each other, but now they have reunited just a little bit, but they still haven't taken back the zone. We're at a size advantage, though. Or size neutrality. Wait a minute.
Things could go any which way. It's in neutral. They just need to get this other half of the zone painted right now. But I think there's more resistance coming out from PXP. The zone once again in purple, but now Zipcat are starting to retaliate here. It's mostly yellow. One zone is capped in yellow, and the second, there we go. 71 penalty points have been applied to PXP Antifast, as now Zipcat are in control. They have gotten the flip. They are starting to take the other half of the Divider. Nom Nom has taken Dome. That's a really strong spot to be in.
Nom Nom, you rat, you better keep yourself on Dome if you don't want your team to be going down again. And I'm not saying that for bias. I'm saying that as in, like, rat strategy. Like, oh, rat out there. That's where I like to sit sometimes with my brush, but I know that you're not a brush player. But before I commit to the bit too hard, we are seeing a neutral zone, and we are seeing size neutrality for both teams here. Tame putting in the work. Nice dualies. Okay, we got a crab coming out.
The it's a little bit of a panic crab, but by the look of things, but it's able to provide some good chip damage, able to get rid of the sword. That's a key target that you want to dispose of. Nom Nom has a bubble ready to go that chops up Chair. As Nom Nom is moving in, they're chipping in.
Ooh,
2 picks for
nice!
Nom Nom. And now the rest of Zipcat are flooding into courts here. More AoE damage coming from Nom Nom, getting rid of the sword once again. And that is the lead swap here in an almost mirror of what happened to PXP on Mahi Mahi. I think Zipcat may be able to pull the 180. And there it is.
And the wipe out the finish. Wipe out the finish. Let's go. We love rooting for the underdog in this household.
There that be. So now this entire set is going to a best of 3. Damn, I am interested to see where that leads to. It's on Mako Mart, okay. We were just there. But before we start looking to the next map, let's see what went down in this. And obviously PXP Antefast was just so dominant for a good chunk of this game, Moku. And you just see the sword and the bucket go in, and with just the amount of coverage that the heavy and pencil provide, they had a firm grip on this match until I think a certain moment where basically it's like I said, Zipcat found their footing. They started getting a lot of solid picks, and then they started to move forward. They took more space. And that's practically when they were able to get that lead swap right at the end of the game.
I don't think I can attribute it to a single person, but from what I was seeing, it just seemed like there was enough rat strategy to really kick that off on the side of Zipcat.
Maybe it could be that. I mean, like Nom Nom was taking a lot of good initiative, taking Dome earlier here, and then they started moving in, like heralding the rest of Zipcat to follow suit here. Some really solid positioning from there. So now it's all down to this last game, the tiebreaker, to see who moves on to winner's bracket round 3.
Yeah, no comp changes.
Are you sure?
Excuse me. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, I just meant on the first Zipcat. But what do you notice? What do you notice about the comps? I need to pay attention to comps more often.
Well, what I'm noticing is that PXP Antefast is running Zap instead of Decapitator, and that's really intriguing me because of how well the Decapitator and Bucket were playing. But I think Antefast has noticed that they want to have a cooler, so I think they're going to go with Zap for that.
You make a good point, and I'm sorry for interrupting you. I just did not expect 3 going down in the very beginning to give them size advantage, just to keep the zone a little bit like this. It was a really big surprise. I'm like, oh, Tim going down.
And now I think PXP's starting to level out the field. No, the B-Heavy will not go down, will be going down to Nom Nom. As now Zipcat is still trying to clear things out. They have a pretty sizable penalty on their end, but they have a lot of space, and they have a really solid AoE chip going on right now. They're able to get rid of the V-Heavy, but Nom Nom's going down here. The Crab has been popped by Tame on right stack, forcing someone to jump out here. Meanwhile, the Blaster on PXP moving in with a splashdown. That's a custom Blaster to put Zone into neutral, but now here comes the set of strike from Frook to immediately clean things up in reverse, and they're going to keep counting down their penalty, and they're almost out of it. They're going to start counting down pretty soon.
We've already got the GG strikes coming out, helping them cap the zone on PXP. PXP is going for it. They're going for a, I wouldn't say a hyper dive, but they are pushing forward. They're starting to get a little bit too comfortable for Zipcat's liking out here, but Zipcat is holding it down really well as long as we watch our streets for street passes.
Oh, but clearly the streets belong to the Bucket right now. Unfortunately, the Zap going down, that's no cooler for the moment on PXP, and now they're in control, but there's only 2 members alive right now. This Bucket and the Heavy need to survive because there's 3 members on, and a Crab being popped by Tay, but here comes the strikes from the Bucket. Nom Nom is moving in, they popped the bubble to stay alive, and that onslaught is just not enough for the Bucket to survive. Nom Nom's moving in, they're able to get rid of one more for a wipeout for Zipcat, and now Tame is gonna go where most dualies would likely go anyways here. They're just trying to probably ward some attention. They're now regrouping to the rest of the team, especially now that there's 2 members down on both sides, actually, here. It's all up to Tame as well as Eli to keep the zone fresh for the rest of Zipcat as they respawn, but now on PXP's end, the bucket has gone down here. The Wavebreaker's been deployed. There's 2 members down on PXP. Now 3. It's only this heavy right now, and Zipcat are almost done. They are very close to a knockout. Is anyone from PXP gonna stop it? No. And Zipcat will be moving forward.
And they win the match. GG's both teams. Zipcat my go.
And that
Seriously,
is
that was awesome.
really cool. I think for once now, I think this has been a game that I think Zipcat was mostly dominant in, actually. Like, in game 1, it was, like, mostly Zipcat, and then, like, it was most... Okay, sorry. The time signature of Third Sanctuary is tripping me up right now. Okay, game 1, Zipcat was primarily in control, and then PXP takes that in a surprise knockout. In game 2, PXP was mostly in control, and then Zipcat goes for the surprise knockout. And then in this one, it primarily was just Zipcat through and through. There were some moments of pushback from PXP and Fast, but then Zipcat really just dialed in for this one. They did not want to get sent to losers bracket this early, so they're moving on to winners bracket round 3. There we go.
A beautiful match, a beautiful set from both teams. Really stunning performance here because it was anybody's game. EXP just had habit of, what do I want to say? Their playstyle goes for a more has a more observant type of deal going on, wouldn't you say?
Definitely, yeah. I think we noticed a lot that PXP Antifast was a lot more proactive, but maybe that's both a double-edged sword here. Sometimes it just ended up like they were just sending out people, unfortunately going down too soon. And then you had Zipcat, they were a lot more reactive here. They were able to adapt to situations pretty effectively, and then recognize advantage states and then start going in, trying to take a lot more space, going for more riskier plays whenever they had the comfort to do so. So they're able to adapt to situations pretty clearly. And now, moving forward to what we're watching next, it's let's see, what's winners bracket round 3 up to? Who are we scheduled to cast? Okay, here we are. We're seeing Seed 4 new meta versus Seed 5 just hacks. And I think we're just starting to wait for them to join the room. It's gonna be a best of 5 set, so the sets will be longer and the action will get hotter. But until then, don't go anywhere. Triton-Cup 142 will be back. Okay, we're back now in Triton-Cup 142. For those just tuning in, I am the original Frost Walker, and joined with me, of course, is the original Moku Walker. And now we have reached best of 5 sets. We're here with new meta and just hacks, and we're starting on. Okay, how do I say this? 1, it's best of 5. 2, it's counter picks, and 3, we're right back in Mako Mart. It's like the last couple. We're always back on Mako Mart. We're already going into Mako Mart.
Oh hey, it's Sir Rollet! I actually do remember somebody! Sir Rollet has been in our weeklies for a while, and that's a brush. Okay, go. That's another brush. Okay, 2 goats. 2 automatic goats, but y'all are using Nouveau. Okay. I see how it is. Nouveau pain. But for real though, Nouveau's a pretty good choice. You got your Ink Mines and you got your hammers were already clashing in mid.
The brushes are already trying to start going for a pincer, but the Just Hacks brush goes down. Sarala trying to keep things going, but here comes a back out from Just Hacks. Storm's going down. 2 members of Just Hacks are down, and yet Just Hacks are trying to at least take control of the zone. Skarm's moving in. They do trade out Isabel. Here comes a slider from Zombie getting rid of 1, and the brush on new meta was trying to eye out that Petra. They are able to at least get rid of Skarm. The hammer's getting cancelled out. Meanwhile, Isabel is also now trying to take. Right stack goes down to the splash on Just Hacks. And now, I think, what's in store? There's a crab. I think the rain is also coming out. There's a back. There's a lot of stuff going on.
We're getting rained on, we're getting backed, and we're almost getting taken out by that AoE on the Ink Vac. That's why 52 Gal is kind of meta at the moment. I guess that's why they call it new meta, but I hope Brush is part of that new meta because we are seeing new meta take the lead. They had the lead for a little bit, but Just Hacks is being put on the back foot. We've got size neutrality, but they've been staggering for a little bit.
Have been staggering it indeed. But now, Just Hacks are starting to move up here, but they do not notice that Isabel has the entirety of right stacks in their control. They get 3 before going down themselves. Meanwhile, a slider comes out, does not get rid of Storm. They are at least able to jump out thanks to the cooler buff, but I'm not sure if that's going to be enough of a dent provided by Just Hacks, but they're coming back in. Zone is now into neutral. Meanwhile, new meta has a Vac ready to go, but Skarm, unfortunately, is not going to get a lot of value out of that hammer. Rainer's coming out from Storm. Rukalmar will be throwing a hammer as well. And I think they're just trying to just warn about the blue team rush. Here, Skarm taking a lot of damage. Skarm's going down here. And I think new meta just has a lot of space in their hands.
New meta has been just going for it thanks to their brush. And that's not to say anything like less about their other brush on Just Hacks, because both rats have been pretty good at just pinching and flanking and being rats in general. And I do want to say, both teams have had equal terms with that zone already, and when I say that, I mean it's a big tug of war. We've got Ink Brush Nouveau with the hammer almost ready. Are we going to get it as much value as we'd hope with that hammer? Are we going to? And
dang!
No, we're not.
It's really unfortunate because I think they noticed those 2 jump points here and they really wanted to get those 2 down. That was a slider cancel, a double. Now 3 members of Just Hacks go down as new meta continue to hold the zone just so dominantly. And they have 2 specials ready to go. They have Storm and they also have a Vac ready to go. And Isabel's already trying to be right up in their face. They're noticed by Skarm. A crab has been popped out by Saralit. The rain is coming out from Storm, and here comes the Vac as well to just nullify any kind of fire coming out from that crab tank. And they're already out of their penalty. They're starting to count down here. The brush unfortunately going down. Skarm's trying to make their move here. Saralit as well. And now Isabel's getting 2 members down. Skarm's, I think, the only one left. Aside from the pencil, who's already getting noticed by Storm. The pencil's jumping out, and new meta are deadly close to knocking that out. And that is game 1.
New meta indeed wins the match, and it's kind of hard to tell which brush to cheer for when you're also an ink brush main, but for all, I guess for what it's worth, I don't use Nouveau. It's not something to say. That's not a bad thing to say. Like, I wish I could use Nouveau. I admire everybody that can use it. I just don't know how to drive the hammer.
Sometimes you don't even have to drive. Sometimes you just throw it and it gets its picks. But also maybe on a map like Mako Mart where sightlines could be chopped up by the ledges. Who knows for sure? And now, the ball is in Just Hax's court. What will be the counter pick from them? And you don't see it right now on your screen, but it will be on Hagglefish.
Hagglefish Market on what map? On what mode though? Sorry.
It's Triton-Cup. It's all zones.
It's all zones. Yeah, you're right. I'm messing.
We're doing
Keeping
all
you on your toes. I'm messing, but Hagglefish Zone is the bread and butter of Splatoon Cup. The steak and potatoes.
Yeah.
Steak and potatoes, bread and butter, appetizer. It's always there. We're back in the building again. As long as I don't see any auto brushes, I think we'll be just fine. It's
Then
not
again,
a dig against. It's not a dig against auto brush. It's just I always see it. I'm over here like I feel a kind of way about it, but
to
we
be
do.
fair,
We
Octobrushes have like really good ledging. I think they pull it off they can pull it off really well on maps like formerly Mako Mart and maybe also on Hagglefish, like under certain ledges like the tent and the first checkpoint area that's on tower control, like on the far left or right. But we got to see what's up with the comps. It's Skarm switching from Brush to Tri-Slosher, and Storm switching from Nautilus to Bubble Heavy. What is going on in this set? We're seeing weapons that I have never thought I'd see this frequently.
Indeed, and honestly, I don't blame the brush swap to another weapon here, just because you want to have as much ink as you can have for zones.
I think
that makes sense.
I think the Tri-Slosher pick especially comes out for the dually player, and it's because you see new meta, they're still running the dually, they're still running the brush, so having a weapon that has a lot of AoE range like Tri-Slosher really good for just getting rid of them. And there it goes. And now Skarm has popped an Inkjet here potentially to try and dispatch of this Dapple, who's not going down yet. Meanwhile, new meta, they're starting to move forward. They have a bubble, they have a vac, they have a hammer. This is their entire arsenal being deployed on this single counter push, and they made that work.
I can just tell that the folks over on New Meta are just having fun. We saw the dualies being a little rat towards the Inkjet, and we saw that brush just getting almost 3 folks on Just Hax to follow them. I could tell that one of them was just giggling right now.
Definitely so. And now we're seeing a little bit more pushback from Just Hax here. A slider in the back from Zomber, getting rid of Storm. I think the zone's still a little bit more neutral as the pencil's putting out a lot more paint here. There's only Snack on the field right now, but they're holding down the line as the rest of New Meta is rallying towards points. 2 members of Just Hax go down, and now New Meta are gearing up and ready to go. They have a hammer ready, they have Vac ready. I think they're just laying down the minefield, because I swear they have 2 mine weapons right now. They're just waiting for their moments. They're just waiting for Just Hax to probably come in, and I think they do with this Inkjet.
Charlotte is keeping a really good space on the tent, trying to get a flank. Isabel going down. Zombie out here. Okay, we're out-ratting the rat with the dualies here. Luca going down as well. Having to take up space on their right side. We're going to see... Okay. Nice bubble replacement. Storm is putting in the work, standing on business, but getting out of range of the charger.
It's a little bit stagnant in this current moment. I think we're just trying to do a little bit of some poking here, see if anyone will end up overextending and then run off with that. And there, Zombie has gone down first, and now we're seeing Skarm respond with a jet, getting rid of 2. But does Storm have the anti-air in mind? Storm actually jumping out, and Snack trying to at least hold the line with this Vac, and the Vac shot will get rid of Zombie, who gets punished for their sliders. I hear a hammer coming out from Luke Kalmar, likely, and I think if Just Hax was able to get out of their penalty there, they would have been able to take the lead, but I think they go 2 members down there, and then New Meta able to get their, they're able to stay back in control for a little bit longer.
I think it really helps that Storm is a great anchor here, and so is the Pencil over there on Just Hacks. If you've got great anchors, you can hold your jumps, and you can hold space for your teammates. That's always something. Oh, but I think one of them just went down on the side of New Meta, giving them the size disadvantage.
Yeah, that is Storm going down, and then when that anchor goes down here, the rest of New Meta are starting to crumble here, both Luke Kalmar as well as Isabel going down right there, and now Just Hacks are in control. They're out of their penalty, but not for long. Okay, as soon as I say that, they're right back into control. Snack does have Vac ready to go, but they're interrupted by Skarm up in the air, able to shut down the Vac. Now there's 2 members down on both sides. Storm has the bubble ready to go and is raining down Heckfire, trying to at least sustain for the rest of New Meta, because Just Hack have a really strong lead now that they're running away with. 15-37 with 50 seconds left on the clock here. It's now an all-out paint-off. A Vac has been popped by Snack, but now Luke Kalmar's gone down to the scopes of the pencil on Just Hacks here. They're right back into control. The zone's in neutral. 2 members down, 3 members down on Just Hacks. Skarm's the last one left. They are able to trade out Luke Kalmar before going down to a Snack, and who's able to sustain the rest of the forward space. They're staying alive on 1 HP, and they're regenning thanks to this flow state that they're in. They're able to fire off on Saralit, and now they're out of their penalty points. They need to hold and get to 15, Moku.
They really do. Just Hacks is putting in the work and taking back that zone with 7 seconds left to go. New Meta will have to go right now and hold on to the zone as long as possible if they want to take back the lead. They're in overtime right now. Can we hold our own against Just Hacks?
Oh, do they? Okay, they do realize that Skarm was flanking, and that Vac from Snack able to secure a wipeout!
A wipeout!
New Meta! Overtime is still going on. This timer is ticking out, and now New Meta are counting down. Just Hacks does not have any specials to pop. Do I hear a hammer from Luke Kalmar? No, they go down. Skarm is firing off, but that doesn't matter. New Meta take the lead in overtime, I think. Right, cats? Yes! And that is game 2 going to New Meta in a very decisive match.
That was really beautiful to see. I can't wait to see what we're going to bring to the next one.
Yeah, I think we saw like really solid gameplay from both sides here, especially now that we're switching off, like trying something out, especially on the end of New Meta here. They're running, instead of the Nautilus, they're running the Bubble Heavy, and yeah, I think like that's probably like their biggest switch up. And then on the side of Just Hacks here, switching from Brush to Tri Nouveau, really keen. I think Skarm was putting in a lot of solid plays here, taking a lot of initiative there to shut down a lot of the more oppressive front lines like the Brush and the Dapples here. But New Meta are just really stalwart here. They, like, when they sit down on the zone, it's really hard to get them to get off of the chair. When they have, like, specials that can hunker them down, like Bubble, like Vac, it's pretty, like, you need to be, like, really, you need to have, like, a really solid plan on how to get rid of these really key targets. And now Just Hacks has counterpicked over to Umami Ruins.
So this is going to be really interesting. We're going to have a double zone, and it's a big map. We're going to have plenty of space, plenty of places for our anchors. We're going to have plenty of space for our flanks, and we're going to see what we're going to bring to the table. I hope it's fish. I hope y'all bring fish to the table, please. Let's bring some salmon.
Now, what are we seeing? New Meta switching things up for a 3rd time. Snack is now on 96 Deco, so there is no Vac, and Storm, a third Splatling pick, has hit New Meta, and that 3rd pick is Zimmy. Really interesting. I mean, it also has Bubble, if I remember correctly. Yeah, no, like this mini kit has Bubble, but I think they're just playing it to be a little bit more varied, a little bit more on their feet. And Snack is moving in, going to get rid of both the pencil as well as the pencil. Yeah, the pencil, and I think also the Tetra. But we just have to see what the rest of this opening has in store for us, Moku.
New Meta already has a pretty good start, but we see Just Hacks coming in from the back and getting some picks, getting a wipeout. Interesting. Beautiful.
They do clap back with this wipe, and they're already juiced up on Tactical Cooler Juice. Skarm has already taken Dome. The lead has now been taken, and Zombie has joined them. Someone's in the pit. I'm not entirely sure who, but they, I think Saralit and Z are keeping note of that. Skarm is able to get rid of Isabel thanks to that thanks to the AoE of the Tri-Slosher here, and Zombie is just deep into the front line here. Storm's going to be able to get rid of Skarm as the rest of New Meta are starting to funnel outwards. Storm has gone down, Snack has a Kraken ready to go, a hammer's been thrown out by Luke Kalmar, and Snack's gonna be able to get rid of Saralit, and they're starting to move in, but the zone isn't in neutral just yet, and I think Snack is hella out of position, but so is Skarm. They go down.
New Meta already re-solidifying their hold on the zone here, finally getting it together, getting organized, and getting comfortable in this map and mode. I feel like this map might have thrown off a little bit in the defense part of it, but or maybe offense, if I know my terms. But Kraken's coming out.
Kraken is real here. Gets rid of Skarm, and now we're seeing the rest of the rest of Just Factor really trying to scramble at the moment, but Skarm has popped the jet here. Storm's half health. Storm's very low. Skarm can get that last shot, but Skarm does jump out. Snack and Isabel are now on the scene. Luke Kalmar does not get... they do get at least one pick with that hammer before going down to Zombie, who pops the slider. What were they slidering there?
I feel like that might have been an accidental input, but here we go with the size neutrality and the zone neutrality. Let's see who's going to take it. New Meta takes the zone back for themselves. They're going to have to hold on to it if they want to get the lead back. But they're forward up. Saralit is taking back their spot on mid. Never mind. Going down. Isabel's over here on the right. Zombie going down. Getting two. Skarm's out of here. Taking up space. Beautiful.
And now New Meta are at least a little bit more comfortable in their space. I think Kalmar has gone down, the two members of Just Hacks have gone down, and I think New Meta is able to take the lead. Zombie is playing for their life in the pit, and are sending a slider deep into the bubble, getting Storm and Luke Kalmar. But New Meta are still counting things down. The zone is down to neutral, with Skarm and Z moving in. Saralit and Zombie are also taking a 2v1 of their own, and with an impeccable divide and conquer strat, Just Hacks are right back into mid, and the zone is still neutral though.
Not for long. We've got Wavebreaker coming out on the left, one going down. Saralit is aura farming right as we speak here. The Kraken comes out as a comeback. A Snack. I don't know what snack you're trying to represent, but I hope it's something good. Does it have something to do with fish? I hope so. I really want fish. Jokes aside.
Moku is hungry for fish at the current moment, and meanwhile, Just Hacks are able to get the wipeout. There's 1 minute left on the clock here. If they have shown us anything in this game, is that they have been able to keep things under wraps and keep these really aggressive threats from New Meta under control. But in another inject gets popped by Skarm, getting rid of Storm here. Saralit is trying to take on Kalmar in the pit here. There's no one from New Meta that is going to be able to stop Just Hacks as they get their knockout and take game 3. Just Hacks are not going down without a fight, Moku.
They really aren't. All it took was one solid hold at the very end to get them that zone for themselves. That's all it took was to win the match, was just to have a solid defense. Like, okay, I'm gonna be over here rage baiting the brush. Y'all can go over there, take up space, and make them too scared to come out. But up until that moment, New Meta had a pretty good chokehold on the map and mode itself. Like, I feel like this map and mode was just great for them, but I feel like something flipped on the side of Just Hacks, and they said, okay, here's the plan, last-ditch effort, and not the team, not the ability, but just, you go that way, I'll rage bait the flank.
They had like a really solid play. They split up into teams of 2, and then were able to do that divide and conquer thing that I mentioned earlier here, and they were able to like like make sure that I guess the how do I say this? I think like the fights were never entirely truly fair on the end of new meta because he always had to deal with at least one or two people on Just Hacks firing off at them. They were always there to support each other. Oh, is this the play where Zombie sends a slide? Oh, okay, that gets cut off. I was gonna say, is that the play where Zombie sends a slider deep into a bubble and gets 2 picks? Probably. So that is the win for Just Hacks here. They are not going down just yet, and now the ball is in new meta's court. What will be their counter pick?
What do you think they might benefit from?
Unsure, really. I think like maybe something that
Ramen.
like doesn't really lend itself well to AoE weapons because you have a really oppressive Tri-Slosher on the other team, and it's going to be ink blot zones actually.
Alright, fair enough. I was kind of hoping for Robo Ramen, but Blood Zone's pretty good. The only reason why I was hoping for Robo Ramen was just because I'm low-key hungry.
I had lunch. I already had pasta.
Nice. I had food earlier. I had food earlier too, but I just want fish, I think.
Fair point. And now, okay, well at this point, we're just waiting for the team to ready up. Inkblot is usually a map that you see on Tower and Clams. It's kind of a rare sight to see it on Zone, but I think obviously you want to be controlling a lot of the high ground here, whether or not that's your own plot, maybe also especially just the very large and obstructive rectangle in the middle of the map. It's a really big control point to keep note of.
Indeed it is, and that's why I kind of am not a big fan of fighting on this map and mode, because once you get teammates in your bat, once you got other people in your bats, it's kind of hard to get them out unless you know what you're doing, and you've got this whole structure in the middle of zone, which, yeah, you could just stay up there and fling your brush, but and that's something Luke Hallmore could do, but that's something I enjoy personally. But here we go, we're gonna get right into it. We're gonna see what these two teams can do with what they have in terms of the structure of the zone. Why did somebody put a whole structure in the middle of the zone? I don't know, but I want to take it up with upper management of the place who made of the devs, the Splatoon devs. No, screw that. No, Gami himself can hear from me.
Right now, I think Just Hacks was like they were trying to like jump out of the gate swinging, but they unfortunately missed a couple of swings, 2 strikes. Now they are out as the lead is now being taken by new meta. Snack is switched back to Vanilla 96 for that back, understandable. And we're also seeing the return of Storm. Oh no, wait, have we seen Storm on? I don't think we've seen Storm on V Heavy before. That's the 4th flatling pick from Storm. And here comes a back from Snack. Isabel's collapsing, they're able to get rid of Zombie. And right now, Z's trying to live at this current moment. They drop, and they're being hunted by Isabel. But Just Hacks is now in control of the zone. Zombie has a slider that they are popping. They are able to get rid of Storm. Isabel's taking some fire from who I think is Z on the high ground right now. And I think they're starting to just flush the rest of new meta out, especially because they have a lot of good sight lines right now. There's 2 members down in new meta, yeah.
Just Hacks has a very strong hold on the zone, and they're going to take the lead switch here. New meta will have to find a way to get back in there. We're seeing the rat! We're seeing the rat trying to save the day! Can we save the day? No, I guess not. I guess not right now. Your time will come, though. Because Hammer's pretty good with zone. You just gotta know where everybody is.
Hammer's definitely good on
there
zone.
We go.
I'm not sure of a zone like this. But do take note of Luke Kalmar's flank. The hammer throw! Not going to be able to get rid of Z just yet. But new meta, I think are able to get the zone flip, especially because of Just Hacks being so close to their knockout. 2 members down on Just Hacks at the moment, as the rest of new meta are starting to take a lot more aggressive positions. Is that Luke Kalmar eyeing the zip line? Could be. The dualies have gotten down. New meta are now out of their penalty and they're counting down. They're on Soda Buff. Storm has a Wavebreaker ready to pop. Storm has popped their Jet here. There's also a bubble to be popped by the Zimmy here. Snack has popped the back to neutralize some damage. There's 3 members down on Just Hacks. and the rest of new meta are starting to be a lot more aggressive. You see Kalmar, you see Storm, and also someone's fighting in the tree. That's a dually off.
Indeed, it is. It is a dually off, but they're not entertaining it for long. You leave them in the middle of the duel, and now they're gonna have to catch up to you. But oh, here comes that brush. We got a Reef Sleeter. Okay, a Reef Sleeter. That's all. That's a new thing. We're gonna make a Reef Slider, and it's gonna just make sleet. I guess we're gonna bring weather to Splatoon.
There's already enough weather with that in Storm.
Could you think of like Ink Storm, but with tail instead?
Just also rain. But right now, new meta are able to take the lead back. Soralid, oh, I didn't notice that Soralid was on lane. But now they're almost putting that into neutral here. It is into neutral. It's right now up to Skarm and Zombie. Are they able to get rid of Storm? Yes! That's a wipeout for Justax! And they're able to take the zone back for themselves. 1 minute, 20 seconds left on the clock, and Justax are able to slowly start kicking members off. I think that's 1 down, now 2. They're already like halfway through their penalty.
They really are. That's really impressive. Justax has been on the back foot for a little bit here. New meta almost took the game while I was committing to it a bit too hard, being the clown self that I am. Inkjet taking to the skies out here. Nice clear out for space. We are going to see if Justax can take the zone. Are we going to a game 5? And the answer is what? Wait,
Isabel.
what?
Oh,
the answer is yes.
We are seeing a game 5.
We are going to a game 5.
We are seeing a game 5. That was a very decisive game 4 from Justax here, and even on New Meta's pick, they're able to play that out. Like, they were just able to be as aggressive as they needed to be. I think like Z was just able to stay on that tower like part of mid just so frequently, and then they were able to get a lot of good sight lines, a lot of good chip damage, a lot of good paint on the ground, and enough coolers to support the very aggressive endeavors of Luke Kalmar and also of not Luke Kalmar, but also like they're able to assist like Zombie and Skarm in their aggressive endeavors, and they're able to shut down the aggressive members of new meta like Luke Kalmar and especially also Isabel on the Dapples.
I have nothing else to add to that. Like, that was a really interesting game. Just to see that new meta almost had it, but Justax knew how to pull it out in time. And just were able to take it for themselves. Now they've got a game 5 here on the line for both teams. Are we gonna see Robo Ramen? Do you think?
Well, Robo Ramen's like a really safe pick to make. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if it does come out. Though, the ball being in not Justax's, new meta's hands once again, and I guess now it really just is like it's kind of you have to just what's left in store really, because this is a kind of do or die scenario. It's game 5. Whoever loses this, whoever wins gets into winners bracket semis, and well, whoever isn't is going into losers at the current moment. So now, oh, I see it. What? What?
What?
It's
what?
Wait, no. There's no way. Okay, I'm just basing this off of Ryan's stream right now. Is it actually? Like, I'm not sure if it updated on Sendo.
What?
Okay, maybe it didn't actually update on Sendo. On Dryan's cam that shows the current ready screen, they're queuing up Zones Wahoo.
What?
Yeah, they're queuing up Zones. They're queuing up Zones Wahoo World right now. I'm not sure if this is legit because it's Wahoo World.
What? 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 This is cursed, guys. This is cursed.
It's Wahoo World.
Ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between, all of our non-binary pals out there in the audience, whoever has salmon, I'm stealing your salmon out there in the audience. Look at that. This is a cursed map and mode. It's not bad, but it's just kind of uncommon actually. It's kind of like the raisin cookies of Splatoon. Not hated, but you would hope for chocolate chip anyway. Look at this. We're going to have... Yeah, we're going to have new meta. Taking the zone.
I was gonna say, are we exclusively going to be seeing a top-down POV of this? But right now, I think there was 2 members down on Just Hack. I almost saw Slider Rails, but not entirely. And Storm is sticking with VV Heavy. No 5th Splatling change from Storm. But they're able to just hold down the line, rain down the cover fire needed to support the team at the moment. Snack has gone down. Theralid has been jumped by Luke Kalmar, who is going in for a deadly flank, potentially. That's a 3rd going down, as New Meta are staying in control, and Storm's the last one left, and they're airborne, which means... Oh, I was gonna say, which means that their spawn point's being kept, but they just get anti-aired.
We love seeing that here, especially as a brush main. I love just taking ink jets out of the sky. New Meta's holding it down, though. We've got meta in play right now, and I'm talking like, not Dapple Doolies, but the 90, not the 96, the 52 gal. What am I doing out here? I'm committing too many bits at once, and already New Meta takes a game in a surprisingly, amazingly... It's not even surprising. Like, that's just a map. That's a map in mode that you just sweep. You either sweep or knock out here. It's cursed. It's a cursed map. And the curse was on the side of new meta for this match. GG's both teams. GG's.
Man, Huh. So yeah, that was Wahoo World for Game 5. That was New Meta's pick, and they immediately took that game. They for some reason they for some reason knew that they wanted to win on that one. So they just had that. They took that quickly and took no prisoners. So that's New Meta going into winners bracket semis to go up against Easy M. What is this team name? Easy M X No One. Hello.
What?
What are Ant, Phoenix, Silver, and Devin cooking up in the name-making factory? But before we go into a little bit of a break, I guess we're already seeing a replay of what went on in Wahoo World. Skarm getting anti-aired out by who I could assume to be Storm, and meanwhile we're seeing... This was like really close to, I think, when it was ended. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That is really true. Like, I just don't have a lot of words. Like, Wahoo zones?
And we played that.
What are we doing?
And they played that top to bottom.
I mean, yeah. But, look, I'm not the biggest hater of Wahoo World zones. I've played it before. In open. But in tourneys, good luck.
So there it is. Actually, if any... Oh, no, we're still... Are we still... No, actually, I think we're already, like, having a lot of people waiting. Like, all of New Meta are here. I think everyone from Easy M X No One. What?
Wait.
Easy M D... I think.
Alright.
But that's what we're on right now. I think we're just waiting on a couple more people. I think it's likely the other members from New Meta, I think, probably to just get into the room. What a day. It's not every day that you get to see Wahoo World in Triton-Cup. What an event. What an event, really. So this is winners bracket semis. Easy M D X No. I cannot like say that full team name. It's a man. But Ant is here. Phoenix is here. Silver is here. And Devin is here. Leader will likely be present. And of course, we've already been seeing from Lucas, who was on Brush last round. There was Homogeneous, who I don't remember what their in-game name was. Isabel was on the Dapples and Storm on every single Splatling known to man. What is... I'm just interested to see how new meta is going to approach that, Moku.
I have absolutely no idea. It's a huge mystery to me, and we're going with zones on Cargo, which is not as cursed as Wahoo World, but I think I said it to another person I was commentating with, but if I could see maps and modes of like a type of food in Platoon, this reminds me of poorly made coleslaw.
Really?
Yeah.
Me personally, I don't...
It's not the worst food, it's just... To me, coleslaw is always served with warmer foods. I'm over here like... The temperature dissonance is not it.
If I'm being real, I don't like coleslaw, but I don't mind. Like, I would rather play consistent... I would rather play on ship shape a little more consistently than eat coleslaw consistently. This is a classic take. Man. What I'm wondering, like, is Devin gonna... Does ship shape lend itself well to leader? Will this matter? Will Devin just play leader no matter what?
I feel like this map and mode can lend itself well to leader in specific areas. You have to watch your rates over on the left side, and you have to watch out for snipe when you get towards another team's base. They also like to hang out around the bumpers.
Mm-hmm.
That's where you're most likely to find them. Otherwise, they're just on top of the zone. And we see a brush. We see a brush.
We were already in.
You see a brush?
Already in. Yeah, that's
it's new meta. It's new meta. Okay, that's my go. Oh?
What's going on? Was this like a biff? They're just kind of... Okay, they ended the battle, okay. They ended the battle, okay. Something was up. I think something was up, and I realize now, I think that's probably why Devin was on Gluka.
I see. And because it's only right, I'm going to booyah, but I'm gonna booyah back. Booyah!
So what was up with that? Maybe someone had the wrong pick, really. Maybe someone had the wrong pick, or maybe... No, that looked like zones. That looked like zones to me.
Could you imagine? Like, I did not... What? Try. Frost, you're being called out.
What? What?
Just look at the scroll. Look at the scroll.
Oh. I don't know!
I don't know the problem either.
Oh, Dryan was in. Oh,
Dryan was in. Right. They drafted our streamer.
Okay, maybe that's why I noticed that someone was on Junior. Noted.
They drafted our streamer. That's perfect. Somebody clip that.
Oh, I love to see it whenever.
Like, could you imagine?
Gets a chance.
Could you imagine? It's like you got the streamer, and it's like, hey, we want you, and it's like, no, I'm over here. No, let somebody else work the spectator camera.
Man.
So it was Dryan that booyah'd. So, booyah, Dryan. You're something else.
Okay, we're getting started now. We've run out of time on the battle timer. What are we seeing now?
Wouldn't it be funny if Dryan was still tracked in this? It's like, now you can't even restart anymore. Now you've gotta just fight with the stream.
No way.
That'd be a pretty cool perspective, though. Like, just to commentate our own streamer, that would be really cool. I might. What if we asked Alice if we could do that?
But on the side of Easy M to X no one, Devin is actually on Gluga. So that wasn't even a biff. That's just actually what Devin is on. And if anything, okay, well, I was gonna say that means Easy M is running backlist, but they do have the V heavy, which we are actually seeing a lot more V heavy nowadays, and that's really nice to see. I mean, Easy M just has 2 specials ready to go. They have, is that 2 Booyahs? That is 2 Booyahs.
The double Booyahs is gonna prove really difficult for new meta here. We've got Ink back already coming out to take back the zone, but it doesn't really work, except the Booyah Bomb also doesn't really work either. EZM has a good hold over the zone with that Booyah Bomb for good measure. We got size disadvantage for EZM, giving new meta the opening they need to take the zone.
There, now they finally see the cracks in Easy M's composition. They're able to break through, and Storm has taken notice of, is that the Zap? That is the Zap, and they go down here, as well as Silver. Silver goes down, and New Meta are starting to find their footing here. Now that Storm is a little bit further up in their positioning, they're dropping down from the bridge here, and are firing into this choke point here. Both Devin and the Heavy are a little bit chipped, and here comes a Booyah Bomb as well, a counter Booyah Bomb being deployed by Devin. 4K, and that is a second Booyah counted there. A second Booyah has hit the zone, and that won't be enough to flip.
Right, and we got Lukamar trying to rat, but getting caught out by that Stamper. Sword and Brush are a match made in, I don't know. I was gonna make a joke. I don't know. It's a rivalry. It's been a rivalry since the dawn of time. That's what I'm trying to say. Wait, I'm coming to the bit too hard. New Meta has its own, and they have a wipeout, and they take it for themselves. I committed to the bit too hard. That's my own commentator's curse. It's like I talk too much, and then it's like, oh wait, the battle's over.
Battle is over. They're right then and there
So
here.
sorry.
A thrilling comeback knockout from New Meta here. Hot off the presses of their Game 5 set. They're immediately taking a game off of Seed 1. Really interesting. Really amazing to see. It looked like EZM had a lot of control in the beginning of the game here, but maybe they got a little bit overzealous here. I think they just like I really just gotta commend Storm here. They're just anchoring things down. They're basically dictating the where the rest of New Meta plays here. I think that's kind of like one of the big stipulations with Heavy. But like if you play within the Heavy's line of sight, and if you're able to kind of be within its support range, like the Hydra can just provide a lot of solid support with its cover fire, the amount of damage it puts out, the amount of pain it puts out, and also that bubble that specific Hydra kit has here. And then there's that wipeout to close out Game 1.
Oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Honestly, that's pretty good. Pretty good battling for both teams. It was really close at a certain point, and lots of suspense. But we're going to the mall now. So, as somebody who has done a little bit of digging around in Barnacle and Dime out of bounds, there's so many shops here. I think I saw some ramen shops here too, so...
You really want food. Moku, please get food after this. Please get food.
I will. I will. I'm just... You sound hungry? Yes, I do.
You just get some food after this, okay? That goes for people in chat.
I will.
Don't skip on your lunches. Take that from me.
I wasn't trying to... I wasn't trying to skip, it's just... I hadn't been feeling too great for the last few days, so it's like I've had to cut back on a lot of stuff, so... I'm just trying to take it easy, but at the same time, like, my stomach's like, give me food, but my body also says, why would you feed me this? It's so weird. I don't know what I got, but...
We're going into things now. Splat Zones has... Okay, so Devin has brought out Leader. We do see an Octobrush also. I think that's from...
Octobrush.
Silver. Is that from Ant or is that from Phoenix? Probably... Maybe from Phoenix. Likely from Phoenix, so who knows. And they're still on Zap. in terms of their cooler. And now Storm is on heavy splatling here. Could be good. I think the Wave Breaker lends itself really well to seek out the Octo Brush. And Isabelle does notice that brush, but they're going down to them as well. There's 2 members down on new meta as there is a Kraken being sent to Plat. Calamari gets snipped out as well. And Easy and X no one. There we go. I said that in full without with a straight face. Are able to take a lot more space.
EZM already in the lead and keeping a good hold here. They know not to go in too far, but Lucaramar gets a pick, gets a trade actually. Devin 4K setting himself up over here, getting a pick on Storm without even looking at Storm. Didn't even have to look at Storm, and Storm just goes down anyway. Just be like, what was that? Probably a little wasp. Lucaramar going down too. Isabelle taking the stack.
Right now, though, new meta are now finding their footing once more, and if we've learned anything from new meta over the last couple of games, is that when they find their footing here, it is hard to get rid of them, but now they're fleeing from this Kraken from the brush here. A Booyah Bomb is being charged by Silver. That won't entirely cover the zone or put it into neutral, but there's 2 members down on new meta. Snack is the only one on zone. Calamar is also on the flank. Storm is here. Isabelle is now on the floor. Luca has gone down. Isabelle's gone down. Snack's going to be able to get rid of the zap, but they do have a Wave Breaker ready to be deployed at the moment here. This will definitely impede the rest of new meta as they jump in.
And thanks to that Kraken, we've got the zone back for EZM. New meta is not going down without a fight, though. They've got the size advantage, but they're just going to need a good place to put their anchor if they want to get that zone back. Wait, that was a whole 3-piece in one go! But size, it's a 1v1. It's a 1v1.
Between the brush and the V heavy, but now the rest of both teams have rallied to the zone here. This lead is deadly close. As long if new meta is able to get a pretty strong hold, they could be able to take this back. Isabelle is able to get rid of Silver even while they were charging their Booyah Bomb. That Kraken is able to get rid of Storm. Snack is trying to take streets here. That zap. Oh, the brush does get rid of Isabelle, but Snack gets rid of the brush here. They have Silver in their crosshairs now. Storm has now jumped onto the scene here and is noticed by Silver. They get one-shot comboed, and now the rest of EZM are starting to move up here. At least they're trying to stabilize at the moment. Here comes the back from Snack here. Isabelle's gone down here. The zap is trying to clear out Streak from Lucal, and they're just being a nuisance right now. They pop the hammer. They're staying alive, and they aren't going down just yet. I think they're trying to go for a flank. Are they being caught out?
Ratting. Oh, that Wave Breaker, though! That's so painful. It's like, oh yeah, I'm just ratting, and then the Wave Breaker is like right there, and it's like, that's the thing I go down to. But EZM taking that zone back with 1 minute and 37 seconds left to go here. New meta in the size advantage here. After EZM lost to theirs, but never mind, the tables have turned. We love seeing the turns table.
We love seeing the turns table indeed. But now that Kraken's going to be able to get Isabelle on the jump out. Storm, you gotta run for your life. But they are able to get rid of the brush. Zone is now into neutral. New meta don't have a lot of penalty. They can clear this and start counting down. They are down 1 brush here, but if they can just keep this space. No! 2 members of new meta have gone down here. Calamar have jumped in. They need to at least hold the space, but no, Calamar does go down. They're clearing out beacons. That jump from Isabelle is unfortunately to their demise. And EZM are now back in a very strong hold, forcing new meta into their own court now. Snack does have his back though. This could change.
There's not a lot of time left for new meta to just lock in and get in with it. They gotta get in. And they gotta get all of it, but Lucaramar going down, that is a very crucial pick because you have no more flanks to worry about. Wait a minute. Saving it from the jaws of defeat. New meta comes swooping right back in with 24 seconds left to go. They're not going down without a fight here, Frost6.
This needs to work in overtime, though, Moku. And with Isabelle immediately going down first, things are looking dicey. Where is Snack? Snack is now on the scene. There's no specials online so far. Calamar is overextending here. They are able to jump out, but no. Isabelle's gone down. The brush has come out with a Kraken. A Booyah Bomb is being charged by Silver. A Wave Breaker's been popped by Devin. Calamar's gone down. Storm's gone down. Snack's gone down. Isabelle is too late to the scene, and this overtime has barely begun and has immediately stopped. And that is game 2 going to EZM DX no one.
EZM taking that game 2 was amazing. Devin 4K, I feel like I've battled you before in Open. I feel like I've met you before
in Open.
Yeah, like it was a few months ago. I didn't know who they were, but this was kind of early in my competitive career. Like I started it back in October 2024, but I've seen them before even that, and they were always really strong. I'm over here like, who is that? I eventually met somebody who was familiar with them, and they were like, oh yeah, Devin 4K is a really powerful E-leader main. I'm like, really powerful? Bet, I'm gonna flank them. I could not do a flank to save my life. And I'm a pretty good flank. I could not... I probably got him once, but... Devin, if you remember me, I'm a brush main, GG's.
Devin's deadly with squeeze. It's a grand old time whenever you see them on the leader. So now, the set is tied up, and the ball is in New Meta's court. And now we beg the question, what will they bring to the counter pick here? I mean, especially now, I think now that EZM are in their main weapons here, they're not on the weapons that they were kind of maybe like trying to maybe experiment with on ship shape. I think now, like now, I think New Meta has to really take into consideration like how will you take the fight to EZM, especially with like those weapons, like when they're running leader, when they're running brush, with Silver still on the stepper. So we gotta see.
We will have to see indeed. New meta. I wonder what you're going to choose. If I see somebody pulling out Wahoo World again, I'm going to be really interested in seeing how it turns out.
That was the map that New Meta picked to close out Game 5.
No kidding. Oh yeah, you're right. New Meta! Please!
That what it was. It was the game that... And they sweeped that, really. I mean... I'm not sure if that was like... I'm not sure if they like had Wahoo as kind of like a practiced pick. It's like, oh yeah, we trained specifically on Zones Wahoo to bring it out in a set with counter picks just to surprise people, and then like we catch them by surprise and we take them down. But you know, who knows? Who knows? I don't know. I can't read thoughts. I can't read thoughts. I'm not psychic. I think.
Me neither, but I'm not psychic either, but I don't have a bit here. I thought I had a joke, but it didn't happen. I kind of lost it.
Oh, huh. Okay.
What we got?
We have Flounder Heights. Your Flounder Heights.
It's cursed. It's cursed. It's cursed. Meta, please. It's cursed.
I will say, like, it is a double zone. It's a really deadly double zone, in my opinion, because it's like it's a little bit more harder to maintain than something like Umami or Undertow or even Inkblot. Like let's be real here. Inkblot zones is a 2-zone map. Let's like really, but a 2-zone map like Flounder Heights is. I mean, like, because, like, one zone will always be at least ready for you to pick, but then the other zone is just is just so much easier for the enemy team to paint over, and then it's going to be, like, really hard to get that in a kind of, like, in a retake scenario. What Flounder Heights does have a lot of is flank routes, and, well, both brushes are going to be able to capitalize off of that big time.
That's true.
I think it's really just depend on how, like, I think a lot is really depending on this opening, if I'm being honest. Like, if New Meta wants to take this map, they need to basically do what they did on Wahoo World. They just have to, like, get a really strong opening and then just start taking a bunch of space here, because once EZM gets space going here, they have so much sight lines, they have so much space to move around, like, especially with the brush and the stamper here, and then they can get so much coolers. They just need to be like really fast and take space and momentum before EZM can even consider taking space.
Yeah, you just have to go for it, right then and there. You just can't really stay behind to, ink turf. You have to get your special at a later point in time. Because, like you were saying, EZM will just capitalize on every little square inch you give them. So do not give them an inch, they will take 200 miles. You're gonna have to just go for it. So I feel like I've seen Silver before too. Silver, if you're just seeing Silver from Anarchy Nova 3, nice seeing you again.
So now, okay, so we're seeing Luna come out from EZM, and honestly, that checks out. This is Luna's home base. Like, you see Luna all the time on Flounder and Open. I mean, like it lends itself really well to these AOE's and like with its mobility right now, and it's able to ledge under the constant amount of ledges on Flounder Heights. Isabel has dropped the cooler now. Here they're trying to find a way in, but they just get absolutely demolished in this AoE off. Devin has popped a vac of their own because they're on the charger to probably pick up where there's no more vac on new meta. Because I think Snack is on T-Tuck.
Indeed, and Lucarmar is going for Rat Strat right now. Oh, but going down to the bucket here. We're getting cornered down here, and a size disadvantage goes into meta as three of them go down. But with the strikes, they managed to keep it in neutral just long enough. But never mind, EZM has a good hold over the zone so far.
And this is what I wanted new meta to do, but then EZM did it to them, and they're having a lot of space. They have a lot of sight lines right now. Isabel was trying to move in, but they get spotted out by the Luna. Here come the strikes now from Snack, but Devin responds with a cooler, and this almost negates that entire counter push right now. The zone is in neutral, however, but that won't change, as I think Storm's the only one left here at the moment. I think also Snack is there, but I'm just not seeing a lot of pushback from new meta.
Meta's really trying, though. We're seeing a lot of pushback, at least on individual scales here. Storm going down. They're trying to get that size advantage, and they do, now with a 2v2, but it's not enough time. EZM still has a zone, and new meta just did not have the right people out there at the right time. Like, nobody was up far enough.
And so that's game 3 going to EZM, and now the ball's back in new meta's hands. Unfortunately, it didn't seem that the kind of like what's it called, the curveball pick. Clearly, the curveball pick of Flounder didn't entirely work in their hands, because I think EZM, they just had a Pocket Luna, I think, ready to go. Not just a Pocket Luna, a Pocket Try, actually. How did I not notice that here? Both of those weapons play really well on a ledge-heavy map like Flounder.
Indeed. I just want to say, new meta, if you want to go for Wahoo World zones, I will give you my blessing to do that for one baked salmon with the skin on. Seasoned with Old Bay, pepper, and salt. At a nice 350 degrees for 15 minutes. Maybe 20 if you want to get a little bit more done.
Someone take Mocha to... They did it. Mocha, they did it. We're going to Wahoo World. We're going to Wahoo World.
Give me your salmon. I swear to goodness. Okay, now y'all owe me salmon. Okay. I was just
going to Wahoo World.
I was just kidding.
What?
I was just kidding.
So first you see Flounder, now we see Wahoo again.
I didn't think they'd actually do it.
Well, clearly, surely they're really confident in their ability to play on Wahoo World. They were able to basically get the sweep on. They were able to get the sweep on Just Hacks. So, really, once again, a lot about getting a lot of that early swing momentum in their favor, and at that point, really, like, it's just all about taking the space here. Like, sometimes it feels a little bit awkward to just find a spot to hunker down on Wahoo. Like maybe entirely like if you're staying in the middle, like you can only do so little, especially because like there's 2 potential spots for them to come through, maybe a third if they go under the spinner, but it really just depends.
That spinner is the most difficult part for me as a brush. Just because it opens and closes at different intervals depending on the map mode that you're playing, and on zones you're going to have that, and maybe you want to go down there, but now you gotta work your way back up. Unless it's Rainmaker, then you just go through the thing, but it's not Rainmaker. Nobody's got the Rainmaker at all here because I ate it, so no Rainmaker this week.
There's no Rainmaker. This is zones. This isn't open. This is Triton-Cup.
You're gonna have to carry me to the checkpoints. I think that still counts. What if somebody eats a Rainmaker? Do you just have to carry the person to the checkpoints and it still work?
Devin's on bamboo. This is this vexes me. This vexes me, but
it doesn't vex me at all.
Bamboo is a very interesting pick from Devin.
I expect Devin to take Bamboo because Bamboo had a sub-strength buff like last update. So this is going to be really interesting. We have the Slasher here fighting for their life, but getting snuffed out by Dualies, I think? No way, it might have been Storm. Somebody snuffed their life out, but new meta is really getting into it. They're really confident, like you said.
Yeah, like they took that early swing momentum here, but now their control over the space is starting to dwindle. Storm trying to drop to get rid of the zap, but they go 2 members down on both sides. That Vac is able to take the zone for a bit, but now with this try, I think, they actually go down to Isabel, and I think they have this second jump. They are able to take down Silver. They are able to activate Flow State, but this brush not allowed to hold the zone for a little bit longer. Storm has the answers for that. Meanwhile, Luke Calamar, they do notice their flank here, but they're just lying in wait for their moment to strike. Oh, do the brushes notice? Yeah, the Octobrush notices Luke Calamar first. But new meta is just getting so much numbers on the board. They're in the single digits. The Booyah gets sent out, and so does the Kraken. And there is the zone flip from Easy M. They're not going down just yet.
They're really not right now. Easy M taking that zone back, like you were saying, and new meta was so close, but Easy M saved it at the last second. Now they're going to have to make good on that push, but we got a rat back there taking out 2 of them. Can we get a quad with the brush, please?
Okay, Luke Calamar is already right in there. They do force a jump from, I think, Devin? I think Devin now. And now, Luke Calamar also has a hammer ready to go. I'm not sure what Bamboozler has in its special. I think it's Whale, but there's also a Booyah Bomb being charged up by Silver. The hammer gets tossed off, getting rid of Silver before going down to the Booyah Bomb. That is a very long trade if I've ever seen one. 2 members down on Easy M at the moment, but new meta are almost out of their penalties. They are 2 members down at the moment. I thought I heard Azuka, but there's 2 members down on both sides. Snack's Vac will negate a lot of this damage. And there it is!
We're gonna get 5!
We once again see new meta bring out Wahoo World from their back pocket and then get a knockout. I do the whole Doofenshmirtz nickel rant. I do the whole Doofenshmirtz nickel rant, but you get the idea. I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
I wouldn't say it's too weird at all. New meta, I guess this is their home turf. Though I guess this does mean new meta. You owe a certain cat squid a nice salmon now, don't you? And it doesn't have to be like 1 fillet per teammate. It could just be like 1 in general.
And now.
I'm going to the bit too hard.
Now I feel like... okay, I know there's salmon in the fridge. Surely I could just have that. But, Game 5. All is on the line. And, wow, EZM was really quick with that. They're going to Crab Leg. They're going straight... Like, they did not hesitate with this counter pick. They wanted to go straight to Crab Leg. Capital! Oh, that makes so much sense, actually, when you think about it. Devin's back on leader this one. Devin is going to be back on leader on this one here. And... Yeah, that checks out. There's infinite amounts of sight lines for a leader to play off on. There's also the a good amount of AoE for Silver to work with, and then Silver can also ledge. I wouldn't be surprised if the brush was going to switch to the bucket again. No, they're on the Zipcaster Octobrush. Meanwhile, on new meta, Storm is on heavy.
Interesting comps, and we're going right back to the E leader. I guess Bamboo does not really have the range you need for this map and mode. This map and mode is pretty cool. We've got Lucalamar making their way across the map right now. I can already tell. I don't gotta even see them on the map. They are just ratting it. Look at that. Look at that. They're ratting. This is peak brush game.
Right now, Isabel's going to be able to get that pencil tip onto the Octobrush mid-Zipcaster. It's now a 2v3, and Isabel's going right back into the pitch for another skirmish. They get shut out by the brush, who gets shut out by Snack's gal somehow. The Booyah Bomb does come out from Silver. Snack is still alive here, and they're potentially trying to get some picks onto the brush, but they jump out over to the right side of the map, and then also back to the base. They have their Vac saved for a counter push. The Calamar has gone down. Their front line, New Meta's entire front line has gone down, as EZM is going to be taking the lead here. New Meta has to get a really solid counter push going if they want this zone back.
Indeed. New Meta will have to send a rat out, Snack being forced out of their safe spot by a Booyah Bomb, and just have to go for it, and they lose control on the other side, and with a Zipcaster coming out right now, they're not really capitalizing on it right now. So New Meta has the size advantage, but they're still surrounded by yellow ink as far as the eye can see.
They are surrounded in green, but they're able to at least level out the Storm. They are able to get the pick also onto Devin, and they're like, they have all of mid now on their control here. Snack is on the high ground. Interesting that Snack's up there and not Storm, but I think Storm's taking a low ground approach to fire off on court. Snack's already charging up another Vac, which is ready to go. That's a Wave Breaker being deployed onto EZM's court as New Meta takes the lead. Storm has gone down now as a Zipcaster is being sent by the brush here as well, and that Vac is going to negate some damage from Silver, but Isabel's gone down, Storm's gone down, a Booyah Bomb is being deployed here, New Meta is in the 20s, Silver has gone down, 2 members are down, it's only the brush right now, and Snack and Isabel are just holding down the line, they're in the single digits, New Meta may be able to take this, and they do!
Let's go!
Are able to get the upset and have their tickets punched to Winners Bracket Finals.
That was Seed 4 versus Seed 1, too. They beat Seed 1. Seed 1 has been sent to the Losers Bracket. GG's both teams. New Meta. Okay, I see you with that brush, Luke Armor. I'm your new biggest fan. I'm your new biggest fan, Luke Armor. Like, that's some good brush play.
Like, both Lucas as well as Isabel, they're making, like, really good work here. I think Luke Almar was the one that's, like, a little bit more on the offensive, but Isabel, not just, like also being, like, a really strong supportive core, because, like, Isabel's their cooler option is also dropping the B-Kids, but they're able to win a lot of these duels here, and that's, like, that's really important when you're going up against, like when you're going up against a team that consists of, like, Devin and Silver and Phoenix and, like all these, like, higher level people like Ant as well, and then they're able to win the duels against them, and they're able to whittle down the numbers, and meanwhile you have, like, the support, like, you have the backline core of Snack as well as Snack and Storm. They're able to just hold down the line here. I have been saying 96 stocks have been up, and now it truly is here, and I like watching 96. I'm not sure if I like playing against 96, to be fair, but you will be seeing New Meta in Winners Bracket Finals against C2 Ajin. They're going up against Gaku, Obito, Medi, and Bake. So really interesting to see. But
Gaku, big fan, fan.
They're leaving. They just finished facing off against one leader player. They're going up against a potential second leader player. So now, I think this is unfortunately where we gotta go, Moku. You can finally get your salmon, maybe, and I can drink some more water and maybe sit outside for a bit.
I'm born to eat salmon, but forced to eat potatoes and rice, given how I'm still not feeling up for digesting fish. But I really want fish. But it's nice. It's a cat's way can dream. But where can the lovely people find you, Frostix?
Of course, you can. My Blue Sky handle is down below, frostix.bluesky.social. You can find me on twitter.com at tk_frostix. I honestly don't post a lot there, but just letting you know that something is on the horizon. Boku, what about you?
Ooh, that sounds really interesting. Y'all can find me at mokudraws1020.bsky.social. And if y'all want to see some brush plays that I upload, my TikTok is Moku8386. And you can find me on Discord with the same name too. Well, just Moku1020, but make sure it's the right Moku. I don't think just any Moku can have fish, you know?
Maybe I'll have fish for dinner actually, but for the rest of the set, you will be hearing from Mouse as well as Mr. Gamer. It's one hell of a
The
yeah.
goat.
IMAD. You're hearing from IMAD and Mouse. So
I'm at, let's go! And Mouse too!
you're hearing from IMAD and Mouse next. So
Wait,
don't
that's
go
IMAD?
anywhere. I think it's IMAD.
That's IMAD. IMAD,
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan!
You're hearing from IMAD and Mouse next. So from me and Moku, that has been it from us. From our block on on Triton-Cup 142. Stay tuned to see winners bracket finals, the rest of losers brackets, and grand finals to close things out. So yeah.
Oh, hello everyone! Going to be turning it right around because our teams are ready to get going in our finals. It is I, Mad Gamer this again, and I'm joined by the one and only Mouse. How are you doing today, my friend?
Miss IMAD. I thought it was Mr. Gamer, but I must be wrong. Yes, this is the winners bracket finals, which, for those who may not know, both teams made it here. Went to a game 5 in that winners bracket semis.
Indeed. I say that we just saw New Meta go at a really fantastic 5-game set against what I look like was one of the #1 seeds. So like they are currently on a roll right now, just really looking to cement their spot here. Because I know that it is going to be quite the battle to get back up from loser bracket, because it is a stacked bracket right now.
Great. And it looks like we'll be going to Eeltail Alley. What's your thoughts on Eeltail, IMAD?
Well, it is not a favorite of mine, and I'm curious because I know like this is typically where you see some of the more long-range backlands come out, but I know like New Meta, they are with Storm on the Splatling, like as a fellow Splatling main, just this is not a fun map to be on when there's something that's longer range than you. It's just really difficult to kind of break back in with that. But I feel like with kind of what New Meta's been running here, that 96 that 96 heavy combo, and then the double rat, just they really look to get that space early because they just have so many tools to keep it once they do. And so I feel like the beacons are going to be huge, especially with how long this map is.
Yeah, but maybe we always looked at New Meta's comp back then and thought it was quite out there. Who knew that they were going to be playing stuff that would be so prominent in the future? I guess they were right.
For real, because I know we've seen like 96 comps and we've seen heavy comps, but I feel like we've seen like the Goku merge right here, just the ultimate Super Saiyan form here, just cannot be stopped. Just the way that they're able to, they figured out the formula. They're just playing it so that they're just stacking on top of each other, just staggering the other team to the point where they're not easy to dislodge. So I think that's going to be the key for our opposing team here, just trying to disrupt that flow that they got going here, and it is not going to be an easy fight.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see. We'll be loading in. I have no idea, but the anticipation is just killing me. Getting to sit behind and watch these teams duke it out.
Absolutely. Trying to research a little bit. What does New Meta have in store for them? Because I know like we are in the finals here, so these are the teams that have really just rocked the boat getting up here. I know that Ajin, they have had a really tight, or is it a really close couple of matches leading up to this as well. Both their quarterfinals and semifinals matches made it all the way to a best of, or the game 5 here.
Wow.
So it is just so many even sets across the board here. Like, this is going to be fantastic to watch here. And again, I'm curious like what they do bring out, because it is going to be kind of a bit of a unusual comps, because Yellowtail just is such a unique map.
We are loading in. We have... Sorry, I'm getting a bit of lag. Hi, Matt. Can you continue for a second?
Yes, absolutely. And so we see from Ajin here, they're running kind of an unusual comp themselves. We have the double shooter coming in with the Tetris and the Pro. Both are going to be rocking the kind of a really good retake specials, which I feel like is going to be key here. I think that is going to be quite imperative just to dislodge what New Meta has going here. And they're the ones going to be getting the zone right off the bat. That vacuum is going to kind of slow things down a bit, but not before the delayed wipe, just to give Ajin that opportunity to start setting up, and this is kind of the position they want to be in.
Definitely, as they're setting up on the bridge, we have on trying to take that space on that bridge, just defending there. Another goes down on the side of New Meta, trying to just find an entry. Someone's trying to shot, have a jump, keeping up that pressure. Ow.
Absolutely, just doing a great job of just keeping a low profile on the right side here, catching several members off guard. The vacuum shot is going to go out to kind of delay the zone, and the blaster supply is going to solidify that control as well. Storm doing a fantastic job of cleaning things up, and so they're going to flip that zone on the 54 mark. And this is where New Meta, like, this is where they really shine, is trying to get to that control. We saw several of those beacons come out for the retake.
Yes, and as they not only have beacons, they have ink mines as well to just set up. I had faith that even though Arjun would take the initial zone, New Meta would try and come back and take that zone as. But we have two specials online on the side of Arjun, then the Snipe Red and the Blaster, just trying to get in there. Be it the Rat trying to approach through the mouthway, trying to put more mines down on the zone. But we have a triple splashdown. The zone was about to take lead flip for New Meta. But they managed to take that lead flip and try to get back in there with the Brash, trying to find the picks, but gets 2 down. Oof, what are your thoughts?
I said that there's a great hold right there. I think that splashdown just nearly capped the zone, but I feel it was unfortunate the blaster went down with it. So New Meta able to hold on to the paint just long enough to get the lead. They did lose 3 of the players in the meantime, but they're already back before the Booyah Bomb can get popped here. They are going to be retaking the zone and just winning these fights. The Brush is coming up underneath them and just catching so many players unaware. That's going to be a second one going down and really just pushing Ajin back.
Pushing them down, but not out. We've seen Arjun get back in before, they'll do it again. They do have the numbers advantage right now, so they might be able to find a pick as they try and swim in. The Sniper on the right, the Blaster on the left. Someone else in the middle, I can't wait now to make out who it is. The triple splashdown trying to take that space. Arjun does cap that zone, trying to push forward, getting that climber tick down. Sniper on the right, watching that mouth, try to come out, pushing them further back.
Ooh, and they're able to take down Storm on that heavy as well. The duel is going to try to find a splat. This brush has to live, but they do get taken down. So with this 96 left, that's going to be kind of the control just solidified in Ajin's favor. They're going to be taking the lead as well, but using the blaster is going to make things a little bit more difficult. The Booyah Bomb is going to come and try to stall things out for them, try to maintain control, and they're going to continue to do that. The brush is once again taken out, not able to find that space that they need. Let's see if this vac is able to turn the tide before we see that KO come out.
As the timer ticks down, Arjun will try to look for that zone cap. Are they able to get the pick to go down? I do not. New Meta gets that zone pick. The cost of being picked off, just trying to get forwards. Looking at that pro with that wave breaker, just finding 2 more picks, pushing up with that numbers advantage. We have the brush trying to engage with that blaster. Blaster having the high ground, scaring away the brush. Timer ticks down as New Meta has finished their penalty points and have 2 specials online, an Inkvac and an Ultra Stamp. Throwing the Ultra Stamp did not find any picks, but we have that Booyah Bomb going up. 5 strikes and the Inkvac. Oh my god! 3 specials all at once!
Oh my gosh, they threw everything they had at the zone there. It was a fantastic play. They were able to take the zone back before the lead swap, and now they're in a 2v1 against Storm on the heavy, and they are going to... the brush is coming from nowhere, going to be taking it out, and I think this is where they really need to lock in. We got 30 seconds left on the clock, and they just need to keep kind of New Meta staggered here. The brush and the dualies, they've been so good at just getting in and taking these fights. A nice spot from the blaster directly into the face, but then here comes the Inkvac. A little bit too late. They are still able to counter that and maintain the zone. These beacons just coming in clutch, just continuing to put on the pressure.
As we go into the final, as we fall into the final thing, over time we have the Troll Splashdown and the Pendulum throwing Booyah Bomb strike on the zone. They try and cap the zone and they cap the zone. Arjun, take the first game. I am so sorry. I thought you were done talking.
It's all good. It's all good. I feel like we saw that near the end there, Ajin was started to combo a lot of those specials together. Initially, it was a bit staggered, trying to like to set them up one after the other, but just how wide the zone was, they weren't able to contest directly with the vacuum. So once they started just mass throwing, you know, just a Booyah Bomb, the splashdown together, that was when they were able to just instantly flip the zone. And because of how wide again, once again, just the vacuum wasn't able to protect all of it at once. So it was a tough fight. We saw just how well that the 2 rat weapons, the brush and the dualies, they did constantly in their face, and it was not until they were able to kind of get a grip and shut those down that they really were able to get the upper hand over New Meta here.
I mean, point something out. 2 very close interactions at the end with the Ultra Stamp and the Inkvac. I'm pretty sure if those Ultra Stamp and the Inkvac had found at least 1 pick, I think this game would have gone the other direction.
Mm-hmm,
that's just
absolutely. I think like the other strength that this comp that New Meta is running here is they have several options. They just kind of divert the attention of the opposing team. But we saw right in that last clip there, Ajin grouped up in the middle there, was able to take out each of these individual factors one at a time. They didn't have their attention split to the point where they were overwhelmed. So they were able to first take down the brush, and then when the vac was filled up, able to, you know, avoid it and then take down the 96 to the point, and that just staggered New Meta in those last crucial seconds there.
I just got word we're going to be going to Wahoo World, as New Meta has chosen that for their counter picks. I'm at.
Indeed, we saw them playing it on this last set here, and they really seem to know the game plan for this map, just really doing a good job of just keeping control of that mid area, and that I feel like with their comp player just is so plays well into this map. Just the kind of the pit area you see in between the spawn and the upper high ground just makes it very difficult for any sort of weapon to kind of push in on its own. I think what we might see is Ajin's, like how many specials they've been throwing out, that might be kind of what the counter to kind of tip the balance, because you really need that opening to break that.
Well, I think, because you know how Inkvac plays badly against strikes if you're in the wrong position, right? Oh, don't have enough time to explain, we're loading in already.
No, I know exactly what you mean because the vacuum is able to suck in a lot of ink coming directly at it, but nothing that is completely vertical on top of it. So it just is able to kind of circumvent that and paint around the zone. And we're going to be seeing quite a smaller zone from what we saw on Eeltail here.
A smaller zone and no comp change, which is interesting but not unexpected.
Indeed, we're at the point in the tournament where if they're really comfortable with what they're rocking here, and I don't imagine we'll be seeing too much variation. Just they have the formula down and they are sticking to it. But we are going to be seeing Ajin once again getting a really early control of the zone here, taking 3 members of New Meta down, and they're looking to solidify that. But again, just the brush and the dualies are so aggressive with the brush come all the way around. That's going to be 3 down from Ajin in return.
3 down, the ink back on the brush, making an amazing combo, finding that pick on the forge. Dapples are, oh my god, I cannot, sorry. Sorry, Remus. If Beacon's coming out on the zone to try and defend, try to practice as retaliation. Getting that pick on the poor unfortunate heavy, we have the Dapples trading with that forge. But unfortunately, the retaliation with that pick, Arjun back in control of the zone. New Mets did not find the lead. Just keep finding those picks, throwing that sprinkler on, trying to get that ink back coming out, pushing out against that pencil, trying to defend. We throw out the ink back, did not find out, and a successful jump out, holding out that entrance, trying to find that space, get those picks, moving forward, Skytrix going out and throwing. Lead points have almost burned for New Meta. Do you think they could take the lead here?
We have both the 96 and the heavy up right now. They do manage to get that lead, just a sheer amount of paint. The zone was flipped, but not before the lead was taken. And we're seeing just so many members of New Meta jumping in. The Blaster trying to find a splat, does take out the dualies, but unfortunately goes down themselves. We're just seeing a lot of blue paint on this map, and all of Ajin grouped up on this branch here right in front of the ink vac. It's going to be difficult for them to push him past him, and the penalty points for New Meta are gone, but we'll see if these ink strikes are able to tip the favorites, but no, just too much paint is coming out. New Meta holding on to that space, just not giving them an inch here.
Even New Meta was still able to hold on. We have the gun down, the triple smash down. That's amazing. To right the top. Oh my goodness me. Trying to Arjun back in control of that zone. Just T-Tech trying to find a way in. Dapple Productions might have been spotted, might have to jump out, but instead choose to reposition. As they're trying to push in, Arjun just trying to find this rabbit, so we have an ink back out. But 3 of them at the same time, pushing out, getting that beacon on the side of Arjun. Trying to get that control back in New Meta's favor. Strike going out. We have Cooler 2 down, trying to get a failed pick. Arjun back in control. I think they see that pick from the Dapples.
Yeah, Isabel on these Dapples has just been running all across the map here, getting another 3 down, possibly a 4th from the brush here. Just the ability that New Meta has shown to kind of just stay alive even when the rest of the team is down. That's just been a thorn in Ajin's side here. Isabel, in that last instance, just all over the map, not able to be taken down whatsoever. And they are just going right at them, getting a nice 2 down right in front of their base. And they notice oh my gosh, the pen up on the left side, the brush just comes around and absolutely flanks them. We are seeing so much purple ink on this map here. And with 10 points remaining, New Meta has this set or this match in the bag and just going to take this game too.
Well, that's the thing of a counter pick. It's typically one to favor the picked stage. There are exceptions, of course. Well done. There's a reason that New Meta picked that stage for a reason. I can definitely see how now.
Indeed, they were quick to pick it and quick to take the victory as well here. Now we're going to be giving Ajin an opportunity to kind of counterpick in return. And it is going to be, going into the set, Ajin has the kind of little bit of advantage taking that first random set. But we've seen in the last set as well that New Meta is not a stranger to winning the enemy's counter pick. And so we could see them possibly doing it again, especially if it's not nearly as polarizing as we saw Eeltail was.
Yeah, you see that pick at the end through everyone off. I wasn't expecting for that to happen, but after that happened, that was just curtains for Arjun. My voice sounds a bit different today. I don't know why, but I'll have to keep going.
Indeed, and it's just I think that even with the tri-strike and the Booyah Bomb coming out, the Booyah Bomb hitting the wall unfortunately wasn't able to put out as much paint as it wanted to. But as long as that heavy was up, as long as the 96 was up, they were able to directly contest the paint on the zone, at least enough to keep it neutral as the rest of their team kind of respawn here. And as long as they stalled out, the brush is all over the map, the dualies all over the map, just coming at Ajin when they least expected.
I wasn't actually catching. I think the wipeout just took me off guard. I just saw how it happened with the railing. That's very clever how that was not able to be caught.
Mm-hmm. I said,
Oh!
oh.
Oh! You want to lead your thoughts?
I say this is going to be an interesting pick right here because, this is such a good map for zones. This is one of my personal favorites, but I feel like it's going to really play into what new meta is throwing out as well. It's such a great heavy map. It's not too many other, even like the pen is going to have difficulty trying to contest the heavy. The brush and the dualies have so much room to play underneath the map. They can just come up so many walls, so many different avenues for them to contest. And it's in the double sprinkler on the ramen bowl at the top. Oh my goodness. I'm curious what the thought was behind Ajin picking this, because it's going to be a tough one to contest, I feel like.
Thought that at first. You did raise some good points, but Arjun does have that tri-strikes and the pen, meaning if they can get set up well, it's going to be hard for, in my opinion, new meta to get out. Again, it's just a situation of their comp. Let's see if they've changed their comp. No comp change. No comp change. The third time in a row.
I think that is a good point. That is kind of the weakness of new meta's comp, is they really do rely on both their frontline weapons to kind of get some good engagements, even if it's divert attention. Already you see the brush, that little line of paint going all the way around, just diverting the blaster's attention, and the vacuum out within like 10 seconds of this match starting, and they're going to be taking that first zone flip and just really trying to break in and get some spots, but unfortunately the brush going down early. The strike's coming out, but cannot cap the zone here. If new meta is able to keep up this pressure, it might be able to keep Ajin from giving them that disadvantage, but you do see that they are finally able to flip the zone and start to get some space of their own.
Jin was not able to keep control of the zone. Oh god, sorry. New meta back in control of their zone, just popping that wave breaker behind the glass. We see the Brush trying to find to be a little rat. Blast was able to finally pick them off. Contact space with big strikes, pushing them back. We might have a zone flip here. We might have a zone flip.
Oh my gosh. For any time that heavy is alive, it literally takes every special that Ajin has to even flip the zone here. They're able to burn all three of them. Blaster does come in and is able to clean that up. So this is going to be, with 3 members down, this is going to be Ajin's opportunity to kind of get in and keep new meta kind of at bay. We did see, I think, a cheeky jump coming from the side, but I think the brush is going to be cleaned up from the pro. And like you said, this is where new meta is going to struggle, is trying to find a way back in because of how new meta has things set up. Just as the pen and then the specials just really going to keep up so much pressure on new meta.
Wouldn't give up yet. They've still got time. Try to throw out that point set to gain that splat, gain the trade. Time is ticking down to 20. Was that a panicky on the pen? Brush trying to find out, getting that pick. There's only 10 seconds left in cap the zone, trying to get that zone flip to new meta. Wow, I did not think they had it.
That was such a clutch vacuum shot, and we saw 2 members jump in right as it went out with the cooler jump, and so they were able to keep that momentum going. Brush does come out in a trade, but the dualies are going to be taken out here. Heavy Storm is going to have to back up, kind of keep control of this corner. They really don't want to lose any more space here. They do have 2.5 minutes left to kind of keep things going, but already just the specials for Ajin are online and just getting thrown out at new meta here. Backing from a snack. Looking to keep his own, but no, the strike's right on top is just going to take him out.
Where was that attack? It was like a right behind you moment. I could not see where they came from. Numat's trying to find that zone, gain the zone pick, getting that T-Tech, pushing them back as the tone ticks down. They have the brush, they have a setup. Do you think Numata will be able to trap Arjun out the way Numata got trapped out by Arjun? What do you think?
Just how quickly that new meta has been going here. Like we saw Ajin get several nice splashes. They cap the zone. Strikes are coming out once again, but they lose half their team in the process. A third going down as well, and they weren't able to cap it completely. Just ooh, but the splashdown is gonna flip the turns. Snack is gonna just do their best to hold the zone. Still 20 points away from the lead, but the Booyah Bomb. No, wait, no, the back shot contested. The Booyah Bomb is going to keep the zone. Brush is coming in from the side, looking to get one, possibly two. They are just wrecking so much havoc. They are not letting Ajin get a break, and that zone is going to stay purple as we get into 15 points, possibly a knockout on this. Ajin does something clutch-worthy in the next 2 seconds. Blaster looking, getting one, and they do get that zone.
Ajin finding that zone pick. Did you think they were going to cap? Oh my god! Sorry, just sometimes the moments really blow your breath away. You think something's gonna happen and then it doesn't.
They really needed to clutch that up there, and they did. The Blaster just able to come in from the side. Not only did they get the splashdown, get the splat, but then they were able to live long enough to continue the pressure. Now we are getting close to Ajin taking that space back. The 96 going down here. That vacuum is going to be out of commission. Strikes are going to come out just to stall them out. They potentially could, but they don't. 3 members with new meta down is going to give Ajin that last second KO for this third match.
I really thought new meta had it there, but the way Arjun were just able to have one final knockout, the most crucial moment, just sealed the game right there. Just these games, the playmaking here is insane.
Indeed, and new metas push to kind of get that back, because we saw Ajin bring it down to 10 to begin with when that vacuum shot came out to cap the zone, and so they were already fighting an uphill battle, and getting it down to 5 on top of that, it looked like new meta, they're back to their usual formula to keep things down, but no, Soul World really just going in, getting the 2, and then still managing to maintain space on this upper corner here. They were able to get that splashdown to just keep them out from getting the retake. And with so many, few points left, it was not enough time for new meta to flip the zone, especially with that ink vac taken out.
I'm surprised the heavy dropped down at the end to try and get a push or something. I was a bit confused on that, but maybe they had a plan.
I feel like that was a victim of circumstance there. Between the Blaster coming up from the left, I think there was a strike as well, just too much enemy ink on that particular corner, and at that point they really did need to just go and try to at least paint the zone to stall it out, but being down on the low ground is not very advantageous for the heavy to be in, and so they just did not lead well, especially with the 3 members down. Now it's going to be new meta's opportunity to get their own counter pick going, and we saw how quickly they went to Wahoo World, but now they are taking their time just to kind of think things out and going to. Here we go to Manta Maria. Has to be my absolute favorite map for zones. I am so excited to see what they bring out for this.
I'm gonna say, considering the last 3 games, I'm gonna say exactly the same.
I think you might be exactly right. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I feel like, oh my goodness, heavy splatling is so good for just looping around but just being on that mast is just keeps so much space. And then with just between the 2 rat weapons going in, it's gonna be a really hectic time for Ajin to kind of know which way they're gonna have to keep their focus on, and there's so many factors going to be keeping them busy, I feel like.
Ooh, but talking about that, have you ever tried to fight a pen on Manta?
I do think that is going to be kind of the one linchpin that's going to directly contest that heavy because it does have the range to directly contest it. But I feel like the paint output that Heavy's going to have is going to, especially if they're able to just stay alive, keep out of that sight line, they're going to just put on so much pressure, and it's going to be difficult, especially for the blaster, just to find an opportunity to break back in. But we'll
Match
see.
point on Arjun. Oh!
Ooh!
Oh! I was proven wrong.
Indeed, both teams going to be swapping in for, Storm swapping to another Splatling as you do. I feel like the Inkjet is going to be a great pick because that's going to give them a little bit more space up into some of the Arjun's enemy base. But going to the mini Splatling, the Zinc mini Splatling, they are really looking to take control of these open areas here. We see the bubble already in position, able to kind of counteract some of the longer range and just some of the weaknesses of having the shorter range weapons on this openness in the middle here.
Yeah, with the inkjet from you, Matt, trying to take away, but 2 down already. As that counter push will start to happen with 3 going in on the left side. We have the blaster trying to go up against the ink.
Sorry.
They do manage to get the splat here, but the ink vac shot goes out, but not before Ajin is going to win the fight and just going to flip the zone here. But it's already getting contested. Finds the brush around the corner and is able to win that fight. But it is, again, just that space is getting contested incredibly well.
Yeah, but you had to do very nice, but trying to find that pick, get that push in for the blaster, trying to find that pick, gets picked up on the left side. I thought the Forge was going to fall off there, but I guess I was proven wrong as the Forge will try and take that piece on the right, getting that cooler to send the flank left and try and find a pick from that angle.
Absolutely. Just once again, the Booyah Bomb doing such a great opportunity to keep them on their toes, break that line of defense, but with 3 members down, Ajin is going to potentially lose that zone, and Numeta still maintaining that lead here. See that blaster coming in from Ajin. That has really been what's been keeping the heavy kind of from setting up like it wants to. I think with the bringing the Zinc Mini has given it that space, that paint that it needs to really do some work. Pro not looking to be showing up, gets the nice splat, but again, just 3 members down off of Ajin.
It's not out yet, but Archie's going to do something very well to get back in as well. They do find a pick on the brush. They're going to have to hold that space with the cooler, don't take him down. The impact able to take and hold the space where you're fighting against the city with the bubble up. Just that time of taking down, trying to find that pick on the side. Does not find a pick because they go down anyway. It's 3 down on each side, 2 down for New Matter. Trying to rush in. Brush getting that pick. It's so close. I think it might be a zone flip. Trying to get that last, and there's a zone flip. There's a zone flip.
Blaster once again literally walking up to the splat lane, able to get the nice direct around the mast, and then cleaning up the 52 gal after that vacuum expires, still able to keep them up, but they're not able to really move past the center line here. Storm getting a nice fight against the blaster here. Roach going in trying to find one, but doesn't manage to finish off the splat here. Zone is going to be back in Numeta's control with all that chaos going on, and just they are taking Ajin down 1 by 1, keep them staggered enough to keep the space, and the Inkjet finding his mark, getting the nice splat on the pro there.
I don't think it killed them, although it might have. But it still did not, the Inkjet did not going to regardless that Dapple just sitting waiting and trying to be chased. Healing up to full, putting that beacon. No, does not put beacon behind. I think that thing. Sorry. The Simi taking it up on the bottom zone. Trying to find that pick. Getting that. Come on, caps the zone. 3 down! 3 down! Wow.
That's mini splat lane just doing such a good job of being that low ground warrior, going in and is able to contest 2 fights against the Dapples and the brush, and then just spit out so much paint to cap the zone here. Now with penalty points out of the way, Ajin really trying to push in to keep Numeta out. but they are going to have to hold on for a good 30 points before they can get the lead back, and they only have 30 seconds to do it. Now the ink vac from a snack and the blaster going down might spell the end of this hold here, but they're still maintaining to keep the points going down. Storm is going to be taken out as well. Brush going to look for something, but he's going to be splatted, and we are 5 points away, and they are still holding on. Booyah in the last couple seconds to try to find it. They do manage to get the lead back. We have 10 seconds remaining, and with 3 members down, it is just the Brush. They still live. With the zone on the right side, it could potentially get staggered out, but just with the sheer amount of paint from the mini might spell it differently. But oh my gosh, they managed to keep it back.
But they have to get through over 40 seconds of overtime. Their blaster trying to find a pick. Having that blaster jump out, they might do a splashdown jump. They don't. Try to find it doing that triple splashdown, trying to get another pick. 2 down on the side of New Meta. I think this is it.
Oh!
Oh.
I think Ajin was able to hold that on. The zone flipped for a split second before that ink vac came out, and so Ajin is going to take the set against New Meta.
Yeah, congratulations. I believe this is, I believe New Meta is still guaranteed third, if I'm correct. I think.
Well, no, because we still have a redemption. Okay, it's not a redemption,
Yeah.
but New Meta has an opportunity to, if they're able to win the losers bracket, come back up into grand finals, like to have a rematch against Ajin, but they still have to have the rematch against seed 1 down in the losers. I think Easy Aim is currently in their semifinals match of losers against two Rats, Slim
What's their
Shady, and
name
a
again?
Proto. It was
Seed 1.
Easy Aim's DX number 1.
That is certainly an interesting name.
But I didn't mean like it was over for them getting third. I'm saying they're guaranteed.
I could still believe how close
True,
these sets
yes.
went.
I think any of the top 4 could take this. Any one of them.
Indeed, and we are looking at our top 4 seeds kind of battling out. It is a bit of an upset with number 2 in the grand finals waiting, but 1, 3, and 4 they are going to be fighting it out to get the rematch, and I believe it was 2 Rats, Slim Shady, and Proto is going to be winning the semifinals to face New Meta in the losers finals.
Say rats?
Oh no, I apologize. They have not started their semifinals match yet.
I think we're meant to be watching that.
I do believe we will be. They are going to be getting that set up. But I believe we'll be going to a short break in the meantime. So stay tuned, stay hydrated. We'll be right back.
Yeah. with Triton-Cup, and we're going to be heading into the losers final. We have Easy Aim, DIHX #1 versus New Meta. Dying out on Bluefin Depot, but before that, I am joined by IMAD. Welcome back, IMAD.
Hello, everyone. We are getting down to our last couple of teams. Losers finals rematch of Easy Aim versus New Meta, looking to see who can score that last grand final spot to take on Ajin. But this is going to be a doozy of a first match. Let me tell you, this Bluefin Depot going to be selected for our first map, and just looking again, a very unique map is. I am curious because New Meta and I think Easy Aim as well, so far have not really moved or changed too much of their comp leading up to this match. So are they gonna stick with what they know, or is there a pocket plan coming into play for either of these teams? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Right, hopping in, going to be starting out on Splat Zones on Bluefin Depot.
Yeah.
Putting in now.
I say not going to be seeing too much changes from either of those teams so far. We are going to see the leader coming back for Easy Aim, looking to really just take control of the open space in the middle. But it is going to be tough because I do feel like there's a lot of nice cover that both the Splatling and the Inaxis can utilize and kind of contest that space. But we're seeing going to be Easy Aim getting the first blood. Brush going to be taken out here. They're going to return against the Blaster, but their dualies are also going to be taken out. They're just really running and trying to find any sort of gain they have, and the 2 is really going to solidify that hold.
Yeah, that ink back. Just barely missing the Splatanas. Booyah Bomb with a flank from the Elite to just trying to look and find that spot. Find that pick on that Brush. Trying to just get in there, find some more picks. With a Kraken almost there, we have a lead change back from New Meta trying to just get in there with it. With our Easy Aim's cooler to try to get that space, but it just looks like they're holding space with numbers going down.
I was going to say, New Meta, with how they have themselves set up, they're able to just really just keep out of the range of the E-leader there. Easy Aim doesn't really have too many resources to directly contest them. They have the Booyah Bomb, but once that goes out, they're kind of left on their own. 3 members of New Aim down. The Dapple is just cleaning things up. Both them and the Brush just all up in their base right now and looking to cause all sorts of havoc against them. Isabel getting a trade. Brush cleaning up for a second, and that's going to be another 3 down. Absolutely shutting down New Easy Aim. New Meta going to be taking game 1.
I'm just lost for words. I'm just going to be frank. That was just incredible the way New Meta were able to hold on to that zone, just deny that ink coverage.
Oh, absolutely. Just so much ink coverage coming out from New Meta there. And we saw Devin getting a nice splat on the Brush. I think they kind of stalled out, the aggression that New Meta was hoping to play out. But with, both the 96 and the Splatling kind of in back of zone here, and then once the ink vac was popped as well, it just really cut things off for Easy Aim. And once again, as they kind of kept their attention, we saw the Brush and the Dapples going in, really just doing all of the work to clean things up. And by the time that Easy Aim was able to kind of regroup, it was already over.
Time can fix this, but I'm gonna be honest, I think Easy Aim are gonna have to change up their comp if they're gonna have to beat New Meta, because I'm gonna be honest, New Meta just seems to counter Easy Aim.
It does feel like that, doesn't it? Even with kind of like the range advantage that E-Leader has, which going on to I'm already blanking on the name, but going on to this next map, they could see that flop. That's gonna. Yes, Bargle and Dime. E-Leader has a lot more space to work with here, a lot more open sight lines. I think is going to be a lot more difficult for the Heavy to kind of keep the space that it wants to. It definitely is going to be able to outpaint it for sure, but it really is going to be a matter of trying to keep as much of that control as possible and not let them get locked out.
Yeah, Storm switching to that mini is definitely surprising, but getting picked off immediately ideally is not the play. 3 down on the side of New Meta. I think this is where we're going to see Easy Aim's specialty come into play.
Absolutely. Mini's finally going to be coming out for Storm here, really going to give up the range for a little bit more mobility, but we'll see if that's going to be the play here. Easy Aim going to be getting an early 3 down, but already New Meta is looking to break back in. Dapples unfortunately do go down, but with the ink back in play, oh, but no, gonna be the last one remaining, and now unfortunately gonna have to be forced to back up, and it's still gonna be Easy Aim in control of the zone, just really taking things from New Meta, but the 2 down.
Oh my! 3 down on the side of New Meta there.
Just holding that space, trying to find a pick in, but just no. I've got to say, it's unexpected. But don't count New Meta out. They've still got 5 seconds.
Dang, Easy Aim, they knew what they came here to do, and they did it. Completely locked New Meta out, really staggering their team to the point where they couldn't get a solid foothold. We saw several kind of interactions with the Dapples and the Brush, but just they've really figured them out. They just couldn't get that same success that we saw in the last match here, and it just because of how they didn't really push in to lock them out, but just with how staggered they were, it just didn't give them enough of a foothold, especially to kind of back up the vac there.
Yeah, thought it would fold, but it looks like New Meta were able to just not get in there with that push, which is surprising because I thought Easy Aim would wouldn't be able to lock them out, but I was wrong. Now it's back to New Meta to pick a counter pick stage. Do you think we'll get Wahoo again?
Honestly, that is going to be a pretty solid guess, just with how quickly they've counterpicked it before. And there it is, Wahoo coming back around. They know what they can do here. They know that this is a pretty solid map for them to play, and so they want to get that victory out of the way pretty early on, just to make sure that they don't give Easy Aim that match point, because they're sitting pretty close to a match point themselves here. So if they're able to take this next match, they're just 1 game away from the set as well. But I think losing kind of that range there, just between the Stamp and the Ealer, they just had too many of those fights. The 1-on-1 fights did not go in their favor. But now they're looking to turn things back around, do what they do best.
It's still going back to that.
Heavy over the mini, which is definitely better considering the range contesting power that New Meta has again. Just trying to get that push in. Cooler going out already. Trying to find the thing. He always did slamming. Finds a pick already. Just running away after that.
Brush is coming in, and also the Brush from Easy Aim going to be taken out, so that's going to be a delay 3 down once again. Just the Brush Nouveau not looking to be taken lightly. They are going to be coming in from the left side there and just really be a menace for Easy Aim here. And we're already down to 50 points. They throw the Booyah Bomb out. They're looking to just push the zone, but the Brush is still alive. It's still over on that side of the map if they're not careful.
Where is the question? Oh, back at spawn is the answer. Just popping that in back, trying to take that space, push in. We have someone trying to flag. It looks like the Brush trying to take and push that space. Easy Aim, just pushing and getting that zone pick. 2 down, Devin finding that pick on that 96, just trying to harass the Dapple with the auto bombs, trying to contest that zone, finding the pick. New Meta is back in control already.
Even with the 3 down, Isabella doing such a good job of staying alive and not really looking to cap the zone, but just contested enough to keep them on their toes enough to get New Meta back in. Even with the rank going out, though, with the 2 members of Easy Aim down, that is going to be the zone flip back in New Meta's favorite. Isabel looking to take the 1v2, but does get splatted by the Brush. And unfortunately, with the Dapples going down as well, they potentially could see the zone flip, but the Booyah Bomb gets eaten by the ink vac, and the Storm is just going to clean things up to maintain that zone control.
Do you think Easy to cap the zone back, or do you think New Meta will just knock him out?
I imagine if they keep things going the way they are, and if Luke Carmar is gonna just absolutely wreck the rest of the team, that is gonna be a fantastic knockout for New Meta there. They did not know which way to turn. To so many different players from New Meta coming at them from different directions. Just it was chaos on that side of the map.
Yeah, you're really able to describe words when they fail me, which is great there.
It is once again, New Meta knows what they're about on the Wahoo world, and they executed it to perfection.
But the
Anytime-
question is, can we... Sorry.
No,
Continue.
you go ahead. Go ahead.
So the question is, can they close out the set?
It is going to be going over to Easy Aim's counter pick here, which could give them that map advantage. However, it is just the one match for New Meta, so if they're able to take that, that could be the game set. But if not, they still have their own counter pick at the 5th match to kind of close things out. That being said, though, when they last counter picked on Manta, Ajin was able to kind of
What?
directly contest it.
Oh.
Yep. With the Devon on the leader, that is to be expected.
I'm not surprised. Devon is a sharpshooter. I've seen Devon before.
Finding those...
You know, I never expected Dealey to hit shots.
Possible, but no, they're possible because Devon just said they're so.
I said they're absolutely just Devon and a lot of really top-notch E-Layer players. They come at you, and when you least expect it, they have that sight line, they just have the accuracy of a sharpshooter for sure. And definitely going into here when all of the new meta is going to be kind of squashed together with this narrow map is going to be quite difficult to kind of contend against that leader. However, we saw new meta really actually beat Ajin on the opener of the finals match in winners, and so they do have a kind of a way to keep the ball rolling in their favor. I feel like between the paint control and the beacons, they might be able to keep up with Easy Aim. I think it's just gonna be a matter of, once again, maintaining the paint control but stay out of the sight line of that leader.
Yeah, because if we remind the audience how well Easy Aim were able to hold on to that zone. How Easy Aim were just able to hold on to that zone back in Barnacle and Dime with the Wave Breaker. We'll have to see. It looks like they're going for a mishmash, opting for the Comet Octobrush and Sticker Splatana. But no change on New Meta. What do you think?
Once again, New Meta knows what they're about. They have a game plan, and honestly, with just a 1 point or is it one match away to get the set, like they are going to go for what they do best. But they are going to be losing two of the members right off the bat. The brush actually from Easy Aim coming in to be able to take out the heavy spiraling, which is going to be put out a lot of their paint pressure, and range is out of commission early on. Inkback is going to look to kind of stall things out here, and the Ink Brush Nouveau is going to have a nice fight there to get the splat, and is going to clean up with a second one as well, looking to just really take the zone back.
Yeah, Ink Brush versus Octobrush. You think the Octobrush would win, but considering the circumstances, Ink Brush was just able to take it. Just two down on the side of New Meta as the Kraken goes in, just trying to take that space. Wavebreaker in the corner starting to make some waves, but Devon up on that snipe. You see that snipe up there?
Snack looking to bring out the Inkvac. Ooh, but no, once again, two of the frontliners going down for New Meta here, and Inkvac is just going to be painted over here. Just space control from Easy Aim is phenomenal right now. Like, even with both of the frontliners coming and trying to find a fight, they're just not able to win them. And New Meta has just been kept off balance this entire match so far. And until they're able to kind of break Easy Aim's control, like, it's gonna continue to be that way. But just this, just the pressure is so brutal right now.
That's it. That was the stamp. Get the pick. We're able to find a pick from the end at the counter. Timer ticks down. I can't believe 10 seconds left. We have Easy Aim trying to take that time. But with the pain control going down on the 96, it looks like Easy Aim will take game 4. We are going to a game 5.
We are indeed going to that game 5 here. Easy Aim just not going to be falling for any of New Meta's tricks right there. We saw that as much as that ink vac came out, they weren't able to really do much on their own. EZM doing a fantastic job of just really keeping the two frontliners, the Dapples and the Brush, down, not letting them kind of have their way of running around the map here. And even with some really good splats against the Splatling, I feel like that was what really allowed them to have the most dominant pain control over the course of that match, is they weren't able to kind of get that space that they needed to push back here. And so that is going to be a really fantastic KO for Easy Aim. However, we are going to Game 5, and it's going to be New Meta's counter pick. This is going to be their opportunity to close things out, but it's going to be a match set for both of these teams.
So, Hike, where do you think they'll go?
That's going to be an excellent question. Manta Maria was their first pick last set, and I could see it being a good pick against the leader, but they did really struggle against the blaster there. But no, they're going to be going to Inkblot Art Academy instead, just really looking to shrink things down even further, just minimize the amount of space that E-Liter has even further.
But if the E-Liter gets to that top in the middle, you know that structure in the middle, right? I forgot its name.
Honestly, because it only appears in zones like half the time, I don't even know if it has a name. I do know I tend to call it something like stacks or even tower or something, but it is. That's going to be a key position to hold regardless.
The E-Liter gets up there, it could maximise their sight lines. Looks like there's no comp changes as we go into this Game 5 set here.
We're going to be seeing New Meta getting the early hold of zone here, and a nice 2 down. They're out of the gates running. The Dapple is going to be taken down as they go in, but not before the Zap goes down as well. 96 taking full control of Easy Aim's plat there with the ink vac there. Not able to find a spot to go along with it, but already we're seeing all of New Meta up underneath this ledge. Just so much control here. Is going to take quite a bit for them to kind of push them out. The Breebomb claims 1, but will it be enough?
It looks like it might be enough as they do cap the zone. Taking that space, Devon just watching that middle 2 going down on the side of New Meta. It's not looking good. Someone's trapped. It looks like the Brush able to find a pick on Devon, just running away from that. Splatana gets caught up with the fight with an NZAP, but the Octobrush comes in to assist picking off that fight. There's only about 10 seconds for a lead change. We have numbers advantage. 4, it looks like 2 going down with the 96. But the lead swaps to Easy Aim, but oh my god, there's just so many things going on. It's hard to keep track of them all.
Indeed, and New Meta, they do have control of the zone, but Easy Aim is not letting them get away with it for free. Several other members just keeping these corners, taking these fights to kind of draw attention away here. And with the 2 members down, once again taking out both the Brush and the Dapples, New Meta is going to be forced to back up to their plat here, just trying to build up their specials for the regroup here. But Storm and a Snag here looking to get aggressive, just open things up for that ink vac here, and they are just going in and kicking them down. 3 members are going to be going down, with the last one just chilling in this tree here, just looking to keep the space for the regroup themselves.
Bomb with that suction, just taking that to jumping to their teammate, but it looks like the 96 does find that pick on they're trying to get that Brush backing up. Getting that teammate in, I think that was the Brush getting that cool assist as we have a lead change for New Meta pushing in, trying to hold that. It looks like they want a knockout, especially with that ink vac. I don't know what Easy Aim is going to do to counter that, but it looks like they're going to try and throw a Wavebreaker onto the field as that timer is just taking down Wavebreaker, helping that Brush get in. Breebomb just helping getting that side, not finding a pick. 2 down on the side of New Meta, and the lead change. And the zone changes to Easy Aim.
And the Brush is still going off, chasing down the leader, getting the second one down there, and now the third is, well, a 4th for the delayed wipe, and they did not have that zone for long before New Meta has just flipped it right back around. And just the way that New Meta has been going, like, they picked this map because they wanted to get a lot of these engagements, a lot of these fights, and just they're able to successfully take them on. Just the Devon is not going to get as much pressure as they would hope for, but we're seeing a 2v2 situation here. And if New Meta is able to keep up that space, but no, the splat from the leader is going to bring it into Easy Aim's favor.
But that flank side really helped to try and make that push better, but arguably delayed wipe is even worse than just a straight up wipe because you spawn at different times.
Indeed. I think like that is the key, is like trying to get the stagger on the enemy team, but the brush manages to live with a single HP, and they're going to get another split to boot. Can they get the hammer throw? They do not. The Octobrush is going to clean up on top of them, but still, that is so much space that they were able to take away from them as they were moving in. I feel like that has been the Easy Aim's bane, is every time they try to push forward, that brush comes in from the left side and just really shuts down Devin's space control.
Yeah, shutting down the control. It doesn't look like with that 3-up being pushed in boosted by that tactical, and time is ticking down as Humana gets a penalty. It looks like 2 down the side of Easy and 3 going down. I can't believe it. The time is ticking down as the clock ticks down to 0, and New Meta take the set.
Oh my goodness. It was hectic AF in that last couple of moments there, but just the sheer amount of pressure that New Meta was able to consistently throw at Easy Aim, they didn't have that opening to kind of break back in. You know, once again, New Meta was really banking on just kind of like keeping those one-on-one engagements, not letting them group up and able to take the team fight, because I feel like that was what Easy Aim did extremely well in the last matches. When they were able to fight together and take on New Meta, they were able to get the upper hand. But as we saw here, every time that Easy Aim went to maintain space control, New Meta just split the party completely, with both the Dapples and the Brush coming in from either side and just really either sidetracking them or just getting a cheeky splat from the side, what they weren't expecting.
Yeah, you just took the words. You said that very well right there. Well done. Yeah, Is it bad I lost my train of thought? I had something I was going to say and then I just lost it.
Oh my god, that happens to me all the time. It's all good.
Oh, I think I found it. As I was saying, I think New Meta worked at, like, as you said, splitting, but it was helping breaking, what was their name? Sorry.
Easy Aim?
Easy Ink. Yeah, Easy MD. Just able to break up that oppression was just amazing. But you know what that means?
I think we're going to be seeing a rematch in Grand Finals of Ajin versus a New Meta, looking to take on that last victory to take this tournament.
Some flowers to Easy MD. Third place is still good in such a stacked tournament.
Absolutely, absolutely. But as we're sitting up
I
for
wouldn't
this,
want to mess with Devon's E-liter. No, sorry.
not at all. They were hitting some pretty incredible shots throughout that matches, and I feel like New Meta was well aware of it, and that the Brush made it their mission to make sure Devon did not have a good time that match. But we're going to be setting up for our grand final set in just a moment. But until then, you know, stay tuned and stay hydrated, because we'll be right back.
I need a drink.
Well, hello, everyone. Welcome back to Triton-Cup. We are in our Winners Grand Finals. We have the rematch of Ajin versus New Meta in our Grand Final set. Once again, it is I, Mad Gamer II, joined by Mouse. We have
You are not?
hello. I was gonna say we have Spillway as our first match here. Any thoughts on the starting match?
I will give mine in just a second, but I will just elaborate that New Meta were able to come back and fight from the losers bracket. It's not very clear. As I got an undertow. It's a dual zone map with the spine in the middle separating.
I feel like in the last matchup of Ajin versus New Meta, the cards were kind of stacked against New Meta. We had an opening match of Eel Tail Alley, which heavily played into, I feel like, Ajin's comp here. But the tables have definitely turned here because I feel like this is going to play more into what New Meta wants to bring to the table. A lot of good cover, a lot of good space control. We do have a bit of a choke point in the middle that's going to be hard to contest, but that is not going to be stopping our brush from New Meta, really just rushing and trying to find some sort of splat. But, you know, that is going to be the main hurdle for them to kind of break through, is that choke point. But once they do, I think this is going to be a good opportunity, just a lot of space control with that is comp.
As we see him just trying to get a foothold with those beacons.
That was trying to rush in on that pen up the snag, finding a pick on the shot, trying to move that pen. Just that jump in with that special from Arjun, just trying to get that space, pushing in. We have control back in. The New Meta ticking away. In fact, just trying to find some space, just taking away, starting to use the inhalation, but not finding a pick. This is just so close. You can't tell who's gonna win.
We did see a really good positioning from the custom blaster, was able to take down the heavy, but the 96 saw them from the left side of the map, was able to get the upper hand, and now the pen is going to be taken out from Storm here. Rebound's going to be thrown out, but Isabel looking to find some sort of splat, but is going to be shut down as well, and is going to be returned to New Meta in control. In fact, is going to be out, but here comes the Ink Strikes to counter said vacuum. If they're able to find some of the splat, they do not. In fact, they do lose two of their own players, and now is going to be the pin. The blaster looking to get some sort of engagement here, but there isn't any penalty points left for New Meta.
New penalty points, no problem. They'll find a way, as they do immediately on those dapples, trying to get Russian for that blaster. It just looks like they have so much pain. It looks like they're making it risky for the blaster to use triple splashdown. Blaster just trying to lure away that the brush. Do you see that?
Oh my goodness, I thought for sure the brush was going to be splattered by that blaster, but just the speed and the maneuvering diverted so much attention, and they are still alive in the back corner there. I'm not sure what happened to them, but now is the splashdown coming out to almost stop the vacuum, but they do manage to live. Pro's going to be cleaning up, looking to find this fight against the Splatling, and they're going to pop Bleep Bomb to be able to live, and that's going to give Ajin that opportunity with 3 down to start pushing up and retake the lead here. But again, just New Meta, they're really good at just recovering so dang quickly, and they're going to try to stall up the zone, but I think just the sheer pressure of specials from Ajin is going to allow them to take that lead back.
Correct. One Dapples again down as the pen throws that thing. Is that a blaster flanking? Not able to find the pick, just trying to just hold back. In fact, not finding anyone. As they just slowly push in, taking that top zone, and they're able to flip the zone. Finding that hammy weakening, but the 96 is able to play off that. Finding the pick. Can we get 2-2 down? I repeat, the Pro has aura, just finding that pick. Trying to find the triple on that left side. Just poking up, having that special, and tapping the zone.
Oh my God, this is a hotly contested zone right now. So far, I haven't been able to fully cap the zone just yet. The dual zone just not playing in their favor, but they're just getting another 2 down off the New Meta. The Pro putting in so much work, and the blaster there to clean things up as well. Gosh, I think that just kind of put a huge stall into New Meta's retake of zone. I think the beacons on that left side has been able to recover quite quickly, but the brush hasn't been able to have as much success as we saw in the last match. Just both of the shooters looking to shut them down. Pen going to be taken down as well in a 2v2 situation, and potentially seeing the zone flip back in New Meta's favor, but and the blast was such a menace here.
Definitely with all those ledges and crevices, it's hard to not find a space, but despite that, New Meta were able to find a way and get those, hold that zone, and just keep up that pace. The brush finds a pick on the blaster, but the Pro tries to spawn. We're in the final minute here as New Meta are almost through their penalty points. The brush trying to hold the Booyah Bomb, throwing it onto the zone, getting the pick on the brush. Doesn't matter. 2 down on side New Meta. We have the strays coming out. That's going to pause the zone. I think this is going to be a zone flip. It's a zone flip.
Once again, the onslaught of specials from Ajin has completely routed New Meta there, able to flip the zone back in their favor, maintaining the lead as well. We have a couple of seconds left in this match. New Meta has to put on a huge push, a huge hold, honestly, to keep get the space back for the paint, but the strikes once again are coming out, just not letting them get that back.
Getting the pick on the side, and it looks like in fact trying to find a pick. New Meta in control of that zone, but looks like they're pulling attention away. The shot is trying to pull attention away as New Meta, as the timer ticks down, and New Meta were not able to take the hold. Arjun will take game 1.
Oh my goodness. I feel like just the backline was not a factor in that match. It really just came down to all those fights between the front lines. The blaster in particular has been honestly quite the counter that I think New Meta hasn't expected. Just the way that they've been able to get in and put on so much pressure both on the 96 and the heavy, just they haven't been able to support their front line in the ways that they have throughout this tournament here, just really not giving them that opportunity to set up like they want to. And then to follow it up with the Booyah Bombs and the strikes, like we saw that strike get thrown and then like 10 seconds later get thrown again, just being able to kind of keep the momentum, keep the pacing and the way that Ajin wants it, not letting New Meta have kind of the good runabout of the map that we've seen before. So it is going to be counter pick for New Meta once again. 90% chance is going to be Wahoo to start us out, but once we get past that, it is going to be up to New Meta to kind of figure out how are they going to deal with this, because Ajin has had their number in these last 2 sets.
Just so fortunate with the double zone. You can. I'm just gonna quick comment here about how it's just able to stall out, and that played in Margin's favor.
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely. I think that's been a huge factor for Ajin, because once it did have that lead, it just. Weatherman was right for once. We have a Wahoo in the works coming in. New Meta looking to get at least 1 match out of this set before we see Ajin's counter pick.
But what if Arjun have learned from their mistakes and could beat New Meta at their own game? I raise that question.
I said that would be quite the turnout indeed, because this is pretty much New Meta's trump card. It has been their trump card this entire tournament, and if Ajin has found a way to kind of get around what New Meta's been thrown out, that's going to really step them back and just set Ajin up for some really a good success here, because New Meta's really got to, they not only have to win this set, but they have to turn it back around in the reset as well here. And it really is going to come down to how are they going to be able to play these maps, and they have to be able to keep up kind of that same pressure that they had, especially for their kind of pick on Wahoo World here.
But the question is, will they change their comps?
I could see New Meta, absolutely not. This is their bread and butter. They are not changing their comp for anything. Ajin, on the other hand, I could see them bringing out a pencil in return for that either. They haven't shown too much. Actually, no, they haven't been either. It's been pen this whole time. I don't think, yeah, no changes from Ajin either.
We'll have to look at the openings as we see. It looks like both are taking their time. No, it looks like it was hard to tell to make it from Arjun already. But first doesn't always get the best.
Ajin has certainly learned a little bit from their past match. That pro there was sitting in the donut, ready for that brush to come around. was quite a close fight, but was able to win it and just keep the brush from looping back around. But in the meantime, just the sheer amount of paint coming out from a new meta that Splatling putting on so much work. They're going to be capping the zone to start out with. And with that, all of that fight is going to be going down into the lower area of Ajin's base. Like, we see the brush and the dualies just like inching the way forward, trying to find as much space as they can. Just not letting Ajin breathe at all.
I'm sorry, was that Tri-Strikes, Booyah Bomb, and the chips, Tri-Strikes, Booyah Bomb, and the triple splashback to take that zone? Oh my god.
It was indeed. It took all three of their specials to flip that back around, and honestly, it caused Storm to drop down out of their kind of offensive position there, and so that's going to give a lot of opportunity for Ajin to kind of retake that top area and just put the pressure on, but they still have to kind of I see 3 members of New Meta all coming from different directions here, and that zone is going to flip, and 2 members of Ajin are going to go down, but there's also going to be 3 members for New Meta.
Yeah, look, as Ajin does find that pick on the zone, getting that pick on the heavy, which is definitely an interesting jump. You'd think an anchor would jump further back.
Indeed, and that's going to, I think, cost New Meta their push right here, because the delayed wipe is going to give Ajin such a good opportunity to retake the lead here, and Isabel going to have to hop out as they just hop back in. This is going to be the first time that we see New Meta really at the disadvantage on this map.
Yeah, I really think they've learned as their time ticks down.
Once again, just
eating
strikes
that
do not
tri-strike.
care.
Oh!
But the Inkvac shot is going to flip the zone, and now we see the flank coming in from the Dapples. The beacon jump is going to just take out half of Ajin's team right there. Both the 96 and the Dapples looking to get the blast. With the blast, we get 2 there, able to win that 1v2, and it's going to put them in such a huge position, but the zone is still in New Meta's control. All of Ajin just looking to try to take out that heavy, but they are locking things down on that right glass there.
Nothing down the arm, but definitely as the numbers start to fall here. 2 down on the side of Ajin, throwing that ultra jam, trying to weaken that pen, just using that Inkvac on the pen, but it does not matter, they jump out as they are almost through their penalty points. We have a Booyah Bomb going out, which might be able to contest, we'll have to see. Combined with the Tri-Strike, we have another combo going out.
Once again, taking several specials to get the zone, but the brush jumps in, lives, and gets a splat to boot. We're looking at a 2v2 situation here, and the brush is coming in for the 3rd one, but the blaster is going to manage to live. Both members just kind of taking their lives and running with it, but now the Inkvac's going to come out to solidify their hold, but that's going to be a shot from the blaster to take down Isabel. Is Ajin going to be able to push back in? We see the penalty points have gone out for New Meta, and once again the brush looking to loop back around this left side.
Put that mark, so they'll be able to easily find it. Try and eat that hammer, but doesn't find a pick. The zone is trying to be flipped. It's 2 down on the side of New Meta. That zone is about to be flipped with those Tri-Strikes, but the heavy is just barely holding on. It could be a zone flip, it could be a lead change. We have the Inkvac coming out, using it on the members of on Ajin, as New Meta will take the lead.
The 96 heavy combo is too powerful. The Splatling through everything that they've thrown at the zone, just gonna paint over it. They do manage to flip it in time, but it costs 3 specials and 3 players to do so, and New Meta is still sitting pretty on that hill right now and just not letting up for anything.
Don't count Ajin out just yet. They're throwing those Booyah Bomb to try and find that space. Heavy finding that pick on the T-Tech, just holding that zone as they're almost through that penalty points. Could we get a knockout?
Splashdown's trying to find a way in, but the vacuum comes out right at the last second here. 15 seconds on the clock and just a couple points to go. If this Splashdown's able to get on the zone, but no, the Inkvac stops it! Completely shuts it down, in New Meta still the reigning champions of Wahoo World.
1-1. What did you think of that ending? Wow.
Oh my goodness. Even with the opening that we saw, Ajin, it felt like Ajin had New Meta figured out, but I think just the pressure was too much. Just the little by little chipping away at the defenses as many times as they shut down that brush. as many times over, they continue to flank from that side, and just they could not maintain the same kind of space that they've seen in the other match. And when they New Meta had kind of that control, it honestly just fell apart for Odd, and we saw several kind of team wipes from them. Even though they railed the wipe New Meta, I feel like just the beacon presence, just the amount of times that they were able to jump back in and keep up the pressure, continuing, it was just too much for Ajin in the end there. And then finally, this onslaught from the Booyah Bomb and the strikes, Storm just sat on that right side, painting over it. And once that vacuum came out, it was just game over. Like, they could not keep that zone. They could not take that zone back.
Yeah.
I will admit, the triple splashdown fail was funny.
I honestly, that was kind of like the turning point that Ajin needed, but just the timing of the Inkvac shot, like honestly, one of the few things that can completely shut down a splashdown like that, and it was perfectly timed right where they were trying to be.
It's just, these guys cause so many questions, it's insane.
Indeed. And I feel like the greatest question now is like, well, actually, no, that's... there's several good maps, and oh no, that was not the one I was expecting. What is Ajin going to bring further counterpick in? The answer is going to be Ramen Zones. Also a map that they, honestly, it wasn't a map that they really kind of dominated on. This was the map on the last set that was the tiebreaker, the counter, the match point, and it was so dang close. New Meta was several points away from bringing it back, but I feel like what really kind of tipped the scales was that was a map that the onslaught of specials just really played against New Meta, because they were able to target that choke point on the corner, and just it was not advantageous for them to set up that way.
Well, I think Arjun might have, New Meta might have learned from Arjun's trick, so to be less reliant on certain members. We have no comps change, I believe. Wait, no!
Oh!
Torrance
Hold on.
Hydra battling.
I will say, you don't see that every day. Storm going to be swapping to the Hydra Splatling, going to give it a little bit more range, and that bubble as well here. I think it still manages to keep that sprinkler, so having the double sprinkler is going to give them a heck of a lot of paint regardless, but you know, we're seeing a little bit more slow opening from New Meta, managing to stay alive and just wait for the Ink Vac, for the Ink Strikes that could come in, just shut down, I don't say that, just stall out the Ink Vac, but the bubble on that corner there, this might be kind of what New Meta is looking to bring against them, because that's going to give them a lot more staying power, and they're getting 2 members down and are going to be pushing up to directly contest the pen as it jumps in.
Yeah, the Hydra's moving up into their mouth, hiding behind that glass, just sitting behind that bumper now. As they try and move up, it's hard to tell. The Booyah Bomb goes on the zone, but the Ink Vac goes out as well, but they have the triple splashdown to cap that zone. Ooh.
Oh, the blaster goes in, does get the splat on the 96, but at the cost of their own life from that Ink Vac shot. Goodness gracious. We see a lot of yellow paint out here, but we see the Dapples are kind of lurking about in the basement right now, and the Brush coming in to join them as well is just doing their best to divert a lot of attention. Hydra is going to trade out here, and the zone is to be highly contested, but once again, just 96 left, and they have the Ink Vac online, but there's not a whole lot they can do with it on their own.
No, they can't, but they can at least hold and wait for their teammates. But the question is, will Arjun predictably strike back or wait? Is the question.
They do manage to get the strikes out, but they managed to get the Ink Vac shot and get a double instead. T-Tech going to be taking the L in the Abyss for a 3 down, and this is going to be where New Meta really wants to set up. Having the Hydra with the bubble on the corner there, that's going to be kind of the steam power that they didn't have in the last match, and going to give them so much more presence up forward just to take away the points, but unfortunately extended too far beyond the bubble.
Oh, a little tri-strike there. You see that?
A little bit too short. Booyah Bomb goes out, but the splashdown is going to be what solidifies the hold. But with all their specials out of the way, the Ink Vac is going to respond and turn, going to flip the zone back in their favor, and the Pro is going to be going down. All of Ajin just kind of backed up here and looking for space, but just none to be had as New Meta just completely takes control of the zone.
Yeah, no. Well, as you say that, Arjun not able to find a pick on the zone, moving up. As Arjun is just battling intensely, the Ink Vac going out. getting most of that ink vac, sucking up that splat bomb. That's going to be a big ink vac.
Going to be absolutely huge ink vac. Going to be flipping the zone back, and as much as Ogden is able to kind of neutralize, and here comes another strikes again to flip this. No, they're not going to manage to flip the zone entirely. The double sprinkler coming out to kind of stall things out, but they're just not able to get the space that they need. This dude down might change that, but Numat just doing a fantastic job of stalling out as much as possible. And no, the brush and the Dapple's jumping in to once again rain havoc as another ink vac shot comes out. But again, just gets shut down almost immediately.
Yeah, shut down as that T-Tech will get that aura and has strikes online. Can they extend the aura? It looks like the Hydra is just ducking about. Wait, two just went down. I think that was the brush. The Dapples.
Isabel fighting for the life down here. The pro does manage to get the pick, but for the amount of time they stalled out, the rest of Numet is once again respawning back again. Penn getting a nice splat on the Hydra. Strikes do come out on that corner here. And now, oh no, the shot. Point blank range denied.
They were swimming and it was like denied. Blue bomb coming out. Arjun will take the lead. Go 2 down. It's gonna be 3 down. We have a lead change. Back to Arjun. But it looks like Numet could cap this zone, take this space. Trying to 2 go down for Arjun in the last 40 seconds. What do you think? Do you think there'll be a lead change?
Gosh, we only have 30 seconds left. They do have control of the zone, and they have the paint to boot, but like the specials that are coming out here might make it difficult for them. Shot is going to be taken out, but both of the front lines for Nubeta have also been taken out. Vacuum's going to come out just to stall things out, but just doesn't have a whole lot of support here. Hydra's going to put the bubble on the zone, and the 2 down. Both their shooters are down. All their paint is out of commission. Splashdown is going to come down on the zone, but it's going to be denied. Going to be trading out the Hydra, and the lead is going to be swapped. 5 seconds for Numeta to hold, and they can take this back. Brush beelined it to their base, and that was just enough time to keep that lead.
I think that Hydra made the world of difference.
Oh, absolutely. I think that the Blaster has been such a huge thorn for Numeta, being such a good playmaker for Ajin, but I think like that final splashdown, what was the tie turner in the last set, was not as successful in this next one. The Hydra choosing to just take the trade to maintain the space, and they just didn't have enough presence to retake that. I think that the last second brush push right into their base as well, because once they were 3 down, all of them were going to be respawning, and then even if they managed to win the fight against the brush, 4 seconds is not a whole lot of time to get back in, and that time was spent pretty much exclusively on the brush, exactly how they wanted it. Numet are going to be turning things around and bring it up to 2-1 on the match point for this first set.
Yeah, but I think if Arjun hadn't have lost that person during the triple splashdown, things might have ended a bit differently.
Indeed. I think it's the combination of they lost both their shooters. That was their strikes and their Booyah Bomb out of commission. It was a Hail Mary of a splashdown for the Blaster, and just the Storm was on their A game, able to flip back around and get the counter. And I think that just that was the end of that. That was kind of their the spearhead that they needed. And once they were able to stop that, that was just a matter of just keeping the seconds ticking down. But final counter pick for Ajin is going to be on. Dang, I have not played this map enough to remember what the name is called.
That would be Brine Water Springs.
Yes, going on to Brine Water Springs. This is going to be first I've seen it so far of the tournament, but really looking to utilize the space of that pen and just both the pen and the pro, actually, both of them able to maintain a lot of forward space. But I think just the small zone, once if Ajin's able to get the early lead, the strikes are just going to be so hard to deal with trying to keep that zone flipped.
Yeah, sorry. As we have, but don't forget about the Blaster here.
Small zone. It definitely favors Arjun. It's so hard to tell. I'm sorry I'm being so indecisive, but that's just how close these matches are. Each of these teams have elements that advantage them.
Absolutely, and I feel like once again it's going to be a matter of who can get kind of the lockout going, get that momentum. Because on the flip side, like even though like Ajin has kind of the zone power, the zone pressure, new meta is if they're able to set up kind of on that corner there, like that's going to be a lot of space that the 96 and heavy are able to maintain. But we're going to see a bit of a switch up here, swapping from that
Oh
T-Tech
my
to the Splash. Going to be bringing a Crab out instead of Strikes.
And we have new meta switching to the heavy waiver with Splat Bomb and Crab Tank instead of the Bubbles. I thought they were going to go Bubbles or Vanilla, but no.
I say Crab just must be the play here because both teams going to be bringing out a weapon to contend with that. It's going to be Ajin with the initial zone cap, but as the Ink Vac gets popped, the Crab to combo, that's going to be a pretty easy flip for them. But we're going to see a counter Crab from Ajin as the Brush tries to find some space on the corner. Isabel going in to get the splat on the blaster, but gets taken down themselves here. Zone is going to be maintained in control of new meta here. Hotly contested.
New meta flipped it and will take the lead. Fire Bomb. No, not neutral. Who is that? Heavy at it, just holding on for dear life.
The Ink Vac just popped just a second too late. The zone is going to flip in Ajin's control, but the Blaster going to get shut down, not able to kind of make that play here. And as the Brush comes in on the corner there, all of Ajin's going to be pushed up on their upper ramp, just trying to find space with that Crab here. But the zone is still taken away in New Meta's favor here, doing their best to just keep the paint going, but finally the Booty Bomb is going to flip it back in their favor.
Oh. Do you know, it looks like New Meta's able to hold with that Ink Vac trying to shoot onto that plat. It's not looking good. It's just the Snack is able to hold that with 96. But it looks like numbers advantage for Arjun, and numbers advantage on such a small map like this. Means the zone could be flipped instantaneously.
Indeed, and it feels like Arjun, they've been struggling to kind of get that instant flip there with the Ink Vac from New Meta. They've been timing it really well to not only counter their specials, but also just get their short-range weapons in up their ramp. But they don't need an Ink Vac to go in and just stall for time. 44 points for New Meta, and still they're jumping back in. Those beacons and the cooler, just a constant stream of rat weapons up in their base here. And that blast is gonna take out the blaster. One member remaining with the Booyah Bomb, looking to just cap the zone here, and it's going to be just enough to keep them in this game.
Just enough, but it just, as you say that, New Meta were just able to take that zone back, hold it. Oh, but the Blaster's probably going to be popping, and Blaster versus Ink Vac is not good as they try and pop the triple splash down.
Wow, it was just enough to kind of stall out the splashdown, but not enough to save their teammate, and then the follow-up from the shooter is going to take down the 90 before getting off that Ink Vac shot, and now is going to be Ajin. They're going to be the ones pushing up and putting on the pressure here, really just trying to take control of this corner. Three members hunting down that Brush, making sure they don't have an opportunity to cause havoc. But now we see the Ink Vac getting popped once again to just forward the momentum of Isabel, pushing in with the, trying to find a pick. Vac shot goes out, but they have not been able to cap the zone just yet, but it is just enough for them to get the two splats.
Brush taking out that pro and just flanking around the side. Does Armin know they're there? Yes.
My goodness. It was just chaotic, like with all of the defensive Ajin was up in the front trying to contend with the 96, but just Crab fight coming out for the fight of the zone. But once again, New Meta, they're keeping up this pressure, keeping up this map control to the point where like Ajin, they're not able to find any sort of space, and now they got to deal with the Ink Vac just all up on that zone.
Time ticking down to the last 10 seconds. Is it going to be another Booyah Bomb? It looks like they're going to do triple splashdown, try and neutralize it, then they swing it back. Ajin is still in the game, but how many times can they keep doing it?
I mean, they're definitely like they have all the tools they can for like the fast flip, but they haven't been able to get the lead to kind of take advantage of it. New Meta is just been doing such a good job of keeping them on their toes. Once again, the Brush coming in from the side here, and now with the Ink Vac, Isabel's going to push in and just shut down the pro before they get that Booyah Bomb going, and the follow-up between the Edit and the 96 is going to cap the zone back in their favor and put on another penalty. It's going to they're really just playing the long game now, because with that such a solid lead, they don't need to really get more points. They just make sure that Ajin can't get a solid foothold.
Do you see that? They like to get a solid foothold. As their time ticks down, Arjun are going to get through their pounds point. It's just the Dapples left alive. They seem to be diving onto the zone, jumping back as their time ticks down. This is not looking good for New Meta. Arjun just have to special to get back in, trying to pop that. But that 96 eats that brief bomb for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Shooting it onto the zone, trying to get the neutrality.
Oh,
New Meta!
oh my
Tap the
goodness.
zone! Do you know what this means?
We are going to a bracket reset, baby!
Hell yeah!
New Meta, in the face of what seemed impossible odds, that crab and the blaster set up in such a key position, Isabel having to jump out, but the brush coming in from behind and the shot of the Inkvac was timed so well that even with the splashdown, it was just a second too late to stop them from capping that zone, and that was all New Meta needed to maintain it back.
Yeah.
Hot
Alright,
dang, so we're...
What an incredible way to flip this.
I said that's going to be the end of our grand final set, and New Meta able to turn it around to get the bracket reset. We are now in kind of a even territory. Both these teams have an opportunity to win the gold here in this final set here. We will be starting off on Sturgeon Shipyard, which, you know, again, a very polarizing map. Like I see, like, just with the Ajin's comp, just the kind of the force that they have here. If they're able to get their blaster set up in the court, like that could be New Meta's kryptonite. But you know, what do you feel like we're going to be coming out from this map, Mouse?
Oh, I don't know. I think is it Arjun are gonna have to switch it up, because Pen is definitely a interesting take. It depends if you're able to take this position, but we're in grand finals. I'd say this map is like Marmite. Some people love it, some people hate it, but it looks like they're still sticking with that Pen option to go 52 instead. Not retaliation from Storm there. What are you thinking?
I said this is definitely going to be a good pick, just because with the Pen out there, it's going to be hard to kind of contest with their backline of their own. But you know, going with a little more mobility, a little more aggression, they're hoping to kind of just get the fights, trying to win those engagements to keep Ajin at bay. But I feel like with the 52 coming up from them, like they are going to be pretty evenly matched, because that 52 can just do so much damage on their own.
Yeah, you were talking about aggression earlier, and
I think that's Arjun's answer for such a map like this, but it looks like they're trying to throw the Ultra Stamp, trying to just keep that zone, but just, wow, I think that was a squish. Do you see the brush causing the shenanigans?
So many shenanigans from that brush, and we're going to be seeing even more going all the way up in the base there. There's no fear whatsoever. They're going to be chased out by the blaster and finally taken down, but I'd say like they were looking ahead. They were looking to extend this lead further, but unfortunately the strikes are going to find that Nautilus and the Dooley as well. Going to be a full wipeout off of New Meta, and not a huge lead in that push.
Yeah, just getting down to a 69 penalty against the 67. Just trying to get that push in, just holding that space as we take the lead. Brush trying to get that pick. It looks like the 96, the back is just working really well. We have an exchange, the back 96 just finding that pick as the timer ticks down. 3 down for the side of the New Meta as Arjun have T-Tech strike online. As there is a sneak out, it's not looking good for New Meta here. It is not looking good.
Yeah, Isabel going through the Fight Club, possibly throwing out a beacon, but both the Brush and the Dapple is just having a hard time trying to find any sort of engagement with just the amount of open space we have around the zone here, and with just another wipeout like that, that's going to give Ajin just a clean knockout to start off this set.
Yeah, no, it wasn't just clean. I'd argue once they got that space, they were just able to find consecutive picks one by one, slowly.
Absolutely. It was a tough fight. And I think like definitely swapping to that 52, we saw them just really pushing that 96, not letting them kind of get the space that they wanted. And even with the Nautilus pick from Storm, just I feel like at this point, New Meta wasn't able to keep up, just not able to get the flanks that they were looking for. They just don't really have kind of the firepower to deal with a frontline engagement like that. They really do go for the speed and just the ability to kind of come at the enemy from multiple angles, but they didn't have those same openings in this map here.
Well, that's just unfortunate for New Meta. Oh my god.
No hesitation. Instantly Wahoo World.
We're going to Wahoo World. What is this? Wahoo World edition of Triton-Cup? Why don't we just call this the Wahoo Cup? Am I right?
Well, it's interesting though, because they opt to just pull their trump card right out of the gate. They're not saving it for the kind of a match point, but again, they are looking to kind of just turn the tables early on, so that when the Ajin do counterpick, that they're able to. I think they do count on being able to win that fight against them. But we're going to be seeing the return of the 52 from Ajin. It really worked out well for them. I think they were hoping to finally get the one up on New Meta on their home turf here.
Yeah, as we see, just holding that space. Maybe the 52 is the answer. We'll have to see. It looks like New Meta is starting out quickly, just trying to pop this straight on that zone, keep up that pressure, just holding it on the zone, the pen, just keeping it out there. As Arjun just quickly are looking to swap that lead. Can they do it? Yes, they can. But at what cost? What cost?
Two members of both sides going down. 52 dancing around, managing to survive on the zone, but even with Storm painting from that right side there, it is going to go back into Ajin's favor here. And now with the strikes coming out, that's going to put on a heck ton of pressure against New Meta, but no, Storm holds strong. Even with the strikes coming out, they stayed alive, and so when they completed, they just came in and cleaned up all the paint in the world under their control.
Under control indeed, as we have the heavy Wavebreaker online, just trying to hold that space, and a lead change back to New Meta. How far can they take it? How far can they take it?
Splashdown does come out, but the brush is able to get the second splat there. Isabel going to be dueling the 52 here in the face of a pen. A bold move, but they do jump out to maintain their safety. And as the strikes come out, they're going to be pushing in and stomping the 52. Pen goes down as well. The brush is coming from behind, gets a third and a fourth. That's going to be 3 members down.
Oh my goodness.
Goodness gracious. This is going to be a uphill battle here. Even more uphill battle. 2 members going down. They are struggling to get back in. They are just trying to find any sort of foothold, but no, once again, New Meta champions of Wahoo World, king of the hill here.
Okay, at this point, New Meta, even if they win or lose, have to take their drip pick at Wahoo World. There's no question.
Oh, absolutely. I feel like they've been able to maintain their status as the champions of Wahoo World. Like win or lose, like they have won. They have already won. They are undefeated.
When they qualify for the SWS and pick it.
Indeed. But again, like just they got that match out early and they were able to solidify their hold. So now we are back in the 1v1. It is going to be in Ajin's court to find a map that they can use against New Meta. I'm trying to remember when they counterpicked last time, like on Ramen. They are currently 1-1. Both teams have been able to win a really close match on that. So is that going to be Ajin's go-to once again, or are we going to see a bit of a shakeup here?
But what if the Japanese people, anyone who's watching from the other side, find out and they ban Wahoo World under the new system?
Oh my goodness, they've become wise. Just don't let New Meta on Wahoo World is not going to work.
We'll have to wait and see. Arjun's counterpick should be any minute now.
Oh, interesting. So we are going to see the streak continues. Both these teams, they have a game plan. Is it going to play into Ajin's favor this time? It was once again a close match regardless, but I feel like New Meta, they did find some sort of that swap to the Hydra gave them kind of a new energy for this map. So I think if new metas can kind of replicate what they had before, that'll give them that kind of advantage. But this is match point right here on Ramen here. It don't matter what happens the next 2 matches. This is going to be the deciding factor right here.
Anyway, are we gonna have a swap to the Torrent Hydra since it brought them so much success? No, we're not! That's the Vanilla Hydra! What do you think?
Ooh, bringing out the Vanilla Hydra. That's going to give them some Booyah Bomb, which is going to help kind of fight against the opposing Booyah Bomb strike because so far they haven't really had too many like suppressing specials other than that Impact shot, but is going to kind of even out the tides here, I feel like, because it has been Ajin's mission to just really nuke the heck out of new meta here, and it's worked to some degree, but I think if combining kind of that playstyle with the sneak attack of the Brush and the Dapple, like this could be a new tide turning for new meta here, and they are looking to maintain this lead. The Booyah Bomb denied by the Impact shot.
Two down on the side of new meta. What was that? That was just a out of nowhere explosion. It's just new meta trying to tap, but it's failing to. The blaster's just in that chokehold on the mount. Mid splashdown.
I say that is going to be the key right there. Like, forget the Booyah Bomb, forget the Tri-Strikes, just shut down that blaster and their the splashdown. Like, that's going to be the key for a new meta here, because with the just how the AoE and the aggression that the blaster been able to bring out has been hard to deal with, I feel like, especially with how short range their front line is. But if they're able to just make sure that splashdown doesn't have the power that they want, able to live the Booyah Bomb and still maintain the space. But the Impact is going to be following up, and all of new meta is ready to play here.
Yes, they are. We'll have to see the Impact trying to capture from new meta, but it looks like Arjun, the blaster from Arjun, is just trying to take that space. Triple splashdown, not finding a pick. That Brush is rushing it through the enemy's mouth, getting that pick on the forward. As the timer ticks through, we have new meta's penalty burnt through, and it's now free reign to take out as many points as possible. But that was quick. That was quick.
That blaster, living in the lower area there, drew 2 members of new meta and took down the Splatling to boot. Just really diverted a lot of new meta's attention, allowed Ajin to take that zone back, but even so, it wasn't quite enough. Booyah Bomb's going to be thrown out, but it's going to be sucked up by the Impact and canceled on top of that. Shot's going to be going out. Doesn't manage to find a splat, but with the pressure they have, all they got to do is maintain the space control, and the Booyah Bomb is going to be thrown out to continue to keep that going. Ink Strike's finally going to be the turning point for Ajin as they're going to be moving in to try to retake their lead, but it's hotly contested.
Unfully intended.
Again, Impact going to be thrown out. Zone is going to be flipped back in new meta's favor. Just with the lead that they have, as close as it is, Ajin is not being able to kind of get the space back that they once had.
Tri-Strikes should be able to fix that though, and it looks like yes it does. But we have the counter pick off from the blast, just holding its space. 2 down on the side, but it looks like the retaliation, the foot. It's only the 96. Oh, what are they gonna do? Are they gonna chase? They are, but not quick enough.
That was a good jumper by the Nices. At this point, they really need an Impact to be able to break back in. The lead is going to swap for Ajin, but it's still a good minute and a half left here. And the Splashdown does come out. Doesn't manage to find anybody. Booyah Bomb and Impact going to be comboed here. And once they do, that's going to be go time for the front line to push in. Isabel going to find a splat, looking for something. Not quite able to get the splat, but is enough to at least push them back. And now the combo on the Blaster is going to shut them down. And that's going to make it a little bit more difficult for Ajin to kind of break back in.
Difficult, but not impossible. As we have a numbers advantage for the side of Ajin as we enter that final minute with the Tri-Strike. Try and hold out with the Suction Bomb.
Couple points remaining. Booyah Bomb comes out. Inkvac shot going to be thrown out as well. Strike's going to come in and flip the zone at the last second. 1 point lead here, but All members of both teams are up. Splashdown is in the chamber for Ajin, ready to go. They're just looking for a little more ink to push forward, but the Booyah Bomb is going to kind of throw things out. Blaster does go down with that Splashdown, and now the Ink Vac is back once again. We have 30 seconds left, and New Meta, they are looking to take this lead back at all costs.
All costs, they're going to have to hold it for about 30 ticks. As that time goes out, strikes go out, it's not looking good for New Meta. As Arjun just have that lead, have that momentum, popping those whales. No, it's not whales, it's something. As two moves out, try to hold that space, pop the ink back, can they put the zone back in time? Can they get the zone? They get the zone. Can they hold it to get lead though, is the question.
That was a huge play. Just the brush pushing in and getting 2, and then the Booyah Bomb, or sorry, the Ink Vac able to stop out the Splashdown. But Nero, the strikes, are they going to keep the zone in the face of the strikes? Splashdown's coming out, gets 1, still living, looking for a second. Can they get the fight? They do manage to take the fight. They just got to paint the zone. 1 point, and that's lead.
I think we both got really excited there. That was...
Holy moly.
And it looks like the power of 67 is defeated by 68. Well done, New Meta.
The world is safe. 67 has been defeated.
Has it? Or was their death exaggerated?
Oh my goodness. But to break down that last fight there, literally within the last 30 seconds here, it all kicked off with the brush doing, basically a Hail Mary of a Ultra Stamp, getting 2. Then the blaster came in, stopped the blaster. When 3 down, it was Ajin's turn to kind of recap and get back in. But then the strikes came out, and that should have been a zone flip, but it was just enough paint for New Meta to stall things out. And then that Ink Vac, just the savior of those last couple of seconds, managed to keep the rest of Ajin at bay as they... Honestly, a really crazy couple of seconds where it was in neutral, but they did manage to flip it back in their favor and just... They had to win that fight, and they did so in those last couple of seconds.
This is incredible. Arjun went from a lead to being in danger. New Meta have only got to score 1 more point to take the tournament. If I'm correct. No, am I? No. Yes?
Yes, they are on match point for this tournament, and it is their counter pick to choose. Again, being able to win against on Anjin's pick is huge. It's exactly what New Meta wanted, and I feel like just how close it's been in these past couple of games. So far, Ajin's only been able to win once in their fights against New Meta here. It was such a close call, but I think that's gonna really put them at that disadvantage because we are on match point for New Meta.
Not just match point, but tournament points.
Indeed. Because so far this next counter pick has been a bit of a mix up from New Meta. I think the last time we saw them have some good success was on Inkblot, and I'm trying to remember if that was in this last set against Ajin, and no, they brought it back on Brian Water, which is going to be, I take that back. This is Ajin's counter pick. They have another pick, and this is their last chance. Otherwise, New Meta is just going to take the tournament.
But can they is the question, considering how close it was last time. Oh my God.
Absolutely. They really got to think about their choices here. I think Brian Water was a good, solid pick for them, no doubt, but just how that New Meta's been playing so far, how they've been able to kind of combo off each other has just been a really tough force to face against. And I think, it's going to come down to a little bit more than just a map pick. They have to really find a way to counteract that New Meta strategy.
Oh, we're going to go back to those Brian Water picks. The Crab Heavy Edit and, what was it? The Splash.
Ooh, no. Completely turning things around. Going back to Makomar, the golden age of Splatoon 2 here. Gonna be not going for the... I was gonna say that they're looking for those close quarter fights. Surprisingly, they're going for the close quarter fights instead of the range. This is... Goodness, I feel like this is a match made in heaven for those Dapples in the brush, but they must have something in mind if they're going to be picking this here.
Yeah, really must. We'll just have to see, and their answer is the 52.
Ooh, I completely forgot about the blaster. The blaster is going to have a field day here. I think when you have these fights with the brush and the dapple versus the blaster has the edge here because of the AoE.
Not get taken off guard, though. Not get taken off guard.
Ooh, 52 going to be getting a nice splat on Storm on the side there, but the brush looping around through the zone. In fact, shot going to come out, but does not find the zone or a player, and so with 2 members down, he's going to remain in neutral. Never mind, the brush doing as brush things do, looking to find some sort of splat, and just no one has capped the zone yet.
You say that as we just got a pick from New Meta. Taking that pick on Arjun. 3 down as the Ingrat is online. Very stretched to retaliate.
Ooh, that was a nice strike throw to just kind of push the Storm into their range and then coming up with a bomb to take out the 96 in their Inkvac. Now they have got New Meta kind of staggered out here. The brush is going to be tough to contend with because they are not looking to take a direct fight, but if they do manage to draw all the attention, and now New Meta just walks in and takes their zone for free. Oh my goodness.
Oh, Arjun won that zone. Dapple taking out the 52, but retaliates with the T-Tech. H-Jet coming out on the side of New Meta, but it's picked down. 3 down on the side of New Meta as Arjun take the lead.
Indeed, taking a nice lead, and with 3 members down, like they're going to have so much paint to work with. Perhaps this 52 going to be setting up, trying to fight, but does get overpowered by the brush and Dooley combo. 96 looking to keep this right stack. Dooley's and the brush is tag teaming all over the place, managing to stay alive. Strikes do come out. They do manage to get the 2 down, but will it be? Yes, they are going to manage to get a 3 down once again and still maintain control of that zone here.
I think this might be it. Arjun are gonna have to. New Meta's gonna have to be very creative. And in the last 10 seconds, we have to stand. They're trying to take the zone. 5 seconds left. They're gonna have to try. Can they cap? They cap. They cap.
Oh my goodness. Once again, just the brush coming in and just diverting so much attention. They didn't have any paint on that zone. We do have a hefty bit of points to get through in order to take the lead back, but there is no penalty standing between them.
Technically, New Meta have got less points to get through than Arjun for the KO, so.
Oh no. The blaster is getting shut down so early. The splashdown not able to make it to the zone. Strikes have gone out already. They do recover with they do respawn with the splashdown intact, but New Meta setting up for their New Meta best.
Oh, they get out without being blown up. It looks like they're gonna get in position with his face finding the drive.
Oh no!
Down! The time is ticking down! It looks like New Meta could take this, holding the set, holding the space. It's so close. Oh, New Meta takes the lead. It's 1 point! New Meta takes it! New Meta! Oh my god! New Meta take the set, the tournament, the bracket reset! They are your champions!
Through hell and high water, from the brink of the lower losers bracket, New Meta has clawed their way up through 4 different sets to absolutely bring down the house and become your Triton-Cup champion. Oh my goodness, that splashdown, I thought that was going to be it. That was going to be the tie turner, but Storm, flip, and gone. Just completely takes out the blaster player. Just enough paint to counteract the 2 remaining fists, and with the brush off in no man's land, all of Arjun just completely distracted and just could not regroup enough to flip the zone back and just, oh my goodness, completely took control of that crazy situation.
I'm just stunned.
I say the blaster was definitely putting in some work here. I think this is definitely a map picked for that blaster to really go to town. But I think like during that last half of the match, they just went down too many times to kind of get in a good position here. And once that happened, that was when kind of we saw that the rest of the New Meta able to set up really well. It was the ink strikes just not if the ink strikes were online at that moment, that could have been a whole different story. But I think once they were able to, the inkjet able to shut down the ink strikes so early on, just they had to respawn and regroup with that, and just they didn't have it in position for when they needed it.
Do you know what was a catalyst, in my opinion?
What was that?
It was a Wahoo World 2 Electric Boogaloo. When
Oh my goodness, I feel like we've gone a lot past the sequel there. We are on like the third or fourth installments of Wahoo World.
no, Wahoo World. I'm talking about the cancellation.
Oh yes, you're so right. You're right. That is the second time that Blaster has been in such a spot-on position, and Storm said no splashdown for you.
Wow. What an incredible Triton-Cup. Congratulations to Arjun for the second place, but knew better. First place, well deserved.
They have definitely earned it in quite some of the best Splatoon in quite a while. Fantastic, and congratulations to New Meta.
And they will be getting the Triton-Cup badges once this tournament finishes. But I've got to ask, how can the lovely people find you?
Well, you can find me in all the usual places, Blue Sky, YouTube, Twitch, and all that at iMadGamer II. Where could good people find you?
They can find me at Freeze the Mouse on YouTube, Freeze the Mouse on Twitch, Mouse on Blue Sky, which I'm going to follow you, iMad, after this. You're a co-commentator.
Oh, thank you. It was a pleasure beginning to commentate with you as well.
No. But, yeah, that wraps it up. What a shame we have to get off the mic, but I got to go with dinner and then grind Splatfest for a little bit.
For sure. And as we close out, quick shout out to our fantastic streamer, Joe Ryan, once again, the GOAT of Dapple. But yes, thank you all for tuning in and hanging out.
I forgot someone else. Who do you think?
Who could it be?
Well, the lovely Jorian, who could help put this together. Without him, we wouldn't have a stream to watch.
Indeed. And thank you to all the tournament staff and TOs for putting this together. But until next time, thank you all for hanging out. Thank you all for watching.